Okay, I hit the button. I think we're live. I'm enjoying a reheated slice of apple pie. I want to distribute this to all of you if I could. Like the cornucopia. I would reach in, give people an apple pie. Reach in, give people an apple pie, and it would never end. Oh boy, would that be good. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. I'm declaring we had another midnight miracle. It seems like pretty much our towns are still there. Listening to Caldor. Radio on. Public service. Wow. There will be long periods in the night. In the afternoon. Midnight miracle again. Gotta type in that description. There we go. Has I visited Panamint? I have not. I have not. I've always wanted to. Tell me all about Panamint. Tell me all about Ireland, guys. I have a raging headache. I can't look at any screens that are too white right now, too bright. We have our scout plane. Now the radio is on. There's an error though. Let me try to restart this. There's very few listeners on all the different radio wildfire feeds. Well, because they're so boring right now. And I'm so happy. Alright, El Dorado County Wildfire Ops is on. Trying to tone it down so it doesn't freak me out when they say something. Good video and audio. Great. Hey, Mark. Smitty. Hi. Zero. Welcome back, guys. I think, you know what I was going to have for one of my Goofy Ghost Town videos? Let's rate the coolest ghost town names. Panamint is on the top 5, man. What's the story behind that name? I think Copperopolis. That's pristine too. Like a fine vintage. Some of the weirdest ones. The number 1, I think, belongs in Oregon. Ralph Friedman wrote this book, like In Search of Western Oregon. Wish he was alive to interview. Classical author. He was one of those gentle souls who had a penchant for understatement, but he had a sense of humor, memes everywhere, but really nice and subtle. Hey, good morning. From a Shoshone word? Panamint? Really? And here I thought it was like some pioneer had some sort of a special dessert that's extinct or something. Would you like some Panamint? I had it shipped in from back east. Morning, on your way to school? Cool. Skidoo is one of my favorites. Yes. That's an awesome one. Maggie's Drawers. Really? Okay, Oregon has funny ones like Red Dog and Yellow Dog. I think that's a kind of slang that I don't know what it means. Oh, and then they moved one of the towns and renamed it Raw Dog. So within the vicinity of each other, there was Red Dog, Yellow Dog, and Raw Dog. Yeah. Some updated info there. You'll have to fix the link on the .com. Where? Okay. That'd be cool, Jason. I wish we'd tell what this pilot's doing. The Eye in the Sky pilot, there was a little bit of nighttime drops over by Caples Lake. And, the helo tankers were over there working in silence, unfortunately. So here's the Eye in the Sky. Oops. The 3D view crash. Kind of drifting over the area. Yep, 3D view is crashing. Ahem. Oh, I wish it didn't tilt. So he was watching the backs of the Caldor fire operators, or operations. He's talking about telling where the helicopters should go. But they worked in silence, and it kind of sucked. Ballarat, which is in Panamint Valley, is actually named for the town in Victoria, Australia, with the same name. It's native for the meeting spot. Oh, cool. Here, Jason, how about you just show us the link? Now you have mod powers. I'll give you the temporary powers here. No banning me. That's not allowed. Travis says some of the cams are down. Check this morning. Which ones? That would be alarming. So that's Lake Tahoe. And this guy's cruising around. Hopefully he'll cue up the radio if he sees anything. But they're doing firing ops and such all night. Which, we had another miracle night. The ability to do it. We were so freaked out. So freaked out today. And then tonight, as the Dixie was a runaway train. And it looked like it was going to explode over the ridgeline and eat Herlong. And it arrived just in time for the evening for some factors to be moderating with less wind and such. It was still pretty active. It was one heck of a frightening thing. I gotta show you guys the 12-hour time lapses of like Beckworth Peak. This afternoon it was terrifying. The Dixie was getting me really upset. I wake up and this is what's happening and exploding around 3 in the afternoon. It looked like a nuclear bomb. I couldn't find a camera that was far back enough to show all of the ESO Dixie plumes all at the same time. This is as far as we can get south of Portola, but you can't even see all of the Dixie here. You don't see the charging head, which is off far to the right, running hard for Herlong. It was terrifying. The camera pans, you see what I mean? The charging head of it is far off screen to the right. what we're seeing is some of the flare-ups by Lake Davis. But it's gone. Like, it is gone. Off to the right, headed for Hurdle. A live feed on the YouTube. Oh yeah, CA Fire Scanner. I constantly look at him. He's awesome. You guys should donate to him. Which part of it's thing? Oh yeah, he's great. So we were terrified for Kirkwood area. We thought the Caldor would break out of it and go running towards Markleyville eventually. And it held. They're doing some firing ops to like help it, and that's part of what the helo tankers were supporting as far as I can gather. But the Caldor, right in South Lake Tahoe Basin, it just was this peaceful island. It ran for Wrights Lake. It tried to run and break out of 88 over by Kirkwood. They went to structure defense. As peaceful as anything. Peaceful as a purring kitten. Or places like the Heavenly Ski area. People were a little alarmed by the constant glow right by the Heavenly Ski Camp. But in my reckoning, I think it's probably just where a bunch of fallen trees are, and it's just continuing to burn from... I mean, that's been on fire for more than 24 hours now, but look at the blood red sun here on the Hawkins Peak cam with the Caldor. The blood red sun going through the clouds was just really frightening it here and a couple other spots on the Dixie. We hung on by our fingernails, but we held on. We didn't lose any towns today, which could have been a totally different story. The crucial 48 hours of those 2 red flag days is ending. Ah, we can wipe the sweat from our brow. But I want to show you the blood red sun thing again. Whoops, I pressed the wrong button. We're going to see the whole thing. Yeah, good night, Grant. Glad the plane dropped. The UPS plane. Yeah. Jason says the guy monitors local channels. I think your guys' C-Probe usually posts this stuff. Yeah, so does Josh, and I look at it too a lot. I'll show that in a sec. He has this CA scanner. I don't know if he has special... Probably does. Has special filters, equalizers to make it much more clear what they're saying on the radio, but he's monitoring from New Zealand. And makes Twitter posts based on what they've just said on the radio. And he does like I do. He looks at the maps and then shows people, like, this is where Gulf is and this is what they're talking about. Yeah. He's a super resource. There's a live feed of the cam on YouTube. Which cam? Travis? Oh, did not know he was from New Zealand. Yeah, apparently he's obsessed with California fires. But you guys should go and buy him a coffee. I'll show you his... I do show his content sometimes. A lot of times I don't have to because I'm doing it live and I'm drawing my stuff like la la la. You know, I'll be doing like la 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 on my maps. But he has nice, succinct little Twitter posts that you can retweet. Whoops, except I'm not logged in. So he was explaining points where it was trying to breach on 88. And here I listen and I hear, okay, we're going to over by the where the fire is in section over by, could you please catch it over there where it's breaching the line at, thanks. And you know what he comes up with, CA fire scanner? He must be a sorcerer, because he completely interprets what they've just said and says, oh, so on the radio right now, it said that they have a half-completed dozer line at the blah, 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 and blah, blah. And I'm like, how does he do this? How does he hear the same thing we're hearing and make sense of it? Yeah, it's like, what is your secret? So like here he's explaining elaborately what we're just really trying to figure out. The green is a 75 to 100 foot wide fuel break where under power lines that runs nearly to the Nevada border. It looks like they put some dozer line behind it too, which starts to hug the western side, blah blah blah. And it's just like, wow, okay. Oh, somebody replied to him saying, I spoke with a guest tonight who evacuated from the Green Line to here in North Tahoe. His house is on it. We have others waiting to see what the morning brings. That's the sad thing, is we may have lost homes or cabins by Caples Lake and Silver Lake. They went to structured defense. Oh, here's over there by the ski resort anyway, but we took losses today, but we didn't lose entire towns or cities, which we really could have today and yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't really show copyrighted photos. I can't just scroll Twitter for you guys. I wish I could. But, you know, this is people's living. They take fire photos and that's their living. I can show what CA Fire Scanner generally shows because he's got those maps same as I do. How long they went door to door today. I hope they can go back in a few days. Now they have some time throughout tonight and such to make good dozer lines and fuel reduction and such. You can see them furiously going up and down the road, 395 in the Schaefer Mountain. Time lapses. See all that? That's all the firefighting vehicles in that straight line below the hills, ready to catch the spots that come raining down off the mountain. But they were expressing doubts if they could hold it over by the motocross park or motorcycle track, I think they were calling. They were expecting it to breach over, but it didn't. Either that or they caught up with all of the spots. Fingers crossed. Good morning. Had no clue that he was a Kiwi. I know. Weird, huh? But here's the thing. When I signed up for Scanner Radio, you should just move here and get on site. Yeah, Jason, yeah. When Australia had their crazy fires, I've got so many Australian friends now that, I mean, I was always concerned about it, but the thing is, guys, I hate fire. People said, how did you get into fire? I didn't. I hate it. Really. It's the great destroyer of lives, the landscape, history, animals, everything. It's great. It's the great destroyer, you know. And I'm doing here to try to help people. I anxiously look at things And what helps me is to be informed, to have less anxiety and less dread and such. And here the Australian bushfires erupted last year that were some of the worst they've had in a long time. Remember, Australia's winter is our summer.
Branch 10 air attack.
Okay. Okay, I forgot that was on. And with the scanner radio app, you can hear around the world.
Night off air attack.
Oh, let's see if we get a Caldor update. Hey, Danjet. I don't know what'll happen to PG&E. The best thing that could happen, I think, is public utility. Just remove. I don't believe in monopolies. It's contrary to capitalism's whole idea of competition, and it doesn't serve the public. And I don't think by providing a basic service like water and electricity, you should be even try to make profit.
Night operations air attack. We just mapped the perimeter for you. I'll send you a screenshot, and it'll be uploaded soon to the site, FTP site. Everything looks good. Nothing's really progressing since we had last talked.
Yay!
Hey, welcome. We'll probably do a little bit longer on the fire, and then we're going to depart. Call me if you need anything. For the next 30 minutes, we'll probably be out.
Now the pilot speaking is in the plane we're following here, I think. The Rockwell 690A. It's a type of airplane that normally they do aerial surveying type stuff. So, yeah, thanks for informing us. Yep. I keep wanting to say my pleasure, but you know what I mean? It's, maybe there's another phrase I could use that's more appropriate. And thank you for being here and patting me on the head. That's what keeps me going. People buying me food is so wonderful. Yeah, I don't know how they get away with it either. Probably because it can. I think the best result that I would want is that was the assets liquidated, and all the money is A, given to victims, B, put into fixing the situation to try to prevent mega fires. That's a lot of deferred maintenance to make the lines safe again, like other states have. And then just remove the greed factor. I mean, they make decisions like this. We have to make money for our shareholders. Every day we cut off the power, or cut it off because there could be a fire starting and we detect a surge, well, that would be a day we lose money. So let's maybe make sure that there's a fire starting before we cut off the power, and it's just their equipment is electrocuting some vegetation. You let that go long enough and boom, you have a fire. So just take that conflict of interest out of it. You should never weigh public safety versus profits. It just seems pretty logical to me, and that would solve a lot of problems. But what do I think is going to happen? I have no idea. That's why I'm not in politics. I would love to have been a public servant, to have a job where I just make life better for my community. But the more I found out about how politics work, the less I wanted to be involved in anything like that.
9170 Charlie, air attack.
Yep, this is mapping and recon. And UPS. That is an actual UPS flight, isn't it? The strange thing is above the Caldor is really
9170 air attack.
really busy airspace. Well, let me turn off my filter. Oh, I already did. Now you can.
Air attack, go ahead.
Here's United Airlines flying out of. Well, where the heck are they flying? From Hawaii?
Yeah, it's looking good. Not much progression since the copters were working it. It's just creeping around there, and we do have some water and retardant around the head of the fire, that finger that comes out into section 14 that's going to go to the dozer line, and also not too much progression at all in that section that ties 88 together, that pocket.
Nice. So nighttime drops worked. He's flying by Kirkwood. He's by Silver Lake right now. So the reason we track it like this is he talks about what's beneath them. He's talking to the ground crews we can't hear. And he tells them how they did, what's going on. But we don't know where he's talking about unless we track the plane. Morris says, I just wanted the money. You're funny. Yeah, I don't know how they'll keep getting away with it. Eventually they'll kill enough people for the world to take notice, I guess. The thing is one day they're going to burn down a major city. I hope that's not what it takes for people to wake up. Right now, it's easy to say, oh, quaint little town of Paradise, what a tragedy. Quaint little Santa Rosa, what a tragedy. I've never heard of Loma Rica. I never heard of Bangalore. I can imagine if the Zog fire had taken out
Just
Reading.
for your reference, it's all the way on the east portion, that line of section 14. We have one small spot that's crept into section 7 in between the dozer line and section 14. Feet, probably maybe 50 by 50. It's hard to say, but it's really not doing much at all.
Yeah, that's what we want to hear. Anyway, what my hope is they'll just that no further tragedy has to happen before we learn, you know. And I'm just gonna leave it at that. I think we already would have seen change if the Zog had taken out Reading, and it nearly did. You know? Eliza said that didn't sound well. Sounds like a bit of fire jumped the dozer. What, where? What? Oh no, the fire jumped 88 way earlier today. In some spots. Trying to corral it back. My interpretation. Which ski resort, Travis? Are the cameras down? Because we see them up at you know, here's our Heavenly. Now people keep getting worried about this, and I think, mods, we should try to reassure people that right in this particular spot, I've seen that burning for more than 24 hours. I would guess that place is where there's a bunch of dead and down trees stacked up on each other. And they call them 1,000-hour fuels for a reason. Those huge trees and logs will just continue to burn for quite a while. The only thing I would be worried about as a flare up there would be if it moved. Remember, a lot of that's light and heat, you know. And flames are probably pretty small. The little glowing areas are just where smaller things are burning, like stumps and things. The fire moved past this a long time ago at the Heavenly. and in its wake is some stuff that's just continuing to burn. This is a good lesson on why you have to remove the big dead trees from the landscape and the down trees. You should leave always a couple of snags around for eagle nests, wood ducks to be in or whatever. But you don't want them all over the place, because that just doesn't cool down for so long that if the winds ever pick back up, it can spread again. Ideally, you would want a wildfire to just kind of sweep through and the ground to cool down, especially before the next red flag day. So, I don't think we ever had a cam at Kirkwood except for that private webcam. But it never faced the fire. It was always looking the wrong way. Gosh, I should have thought about that today. Let's see if it's up. Is this what you mean? Oh, ad blocker. Look at all those trackers. I see why they have a webcam. Alright. Allow third-party cookies. Where's the webcam? It's just down. Is this here for anybody else? Oh, the wildfire cam's on Windy? Well, those are mostly a traffic cam. Right? Is this working for anybody else? This is where we're monitoring Kirkwood. Let me check that out. Windy cams. I forgot where you put them. I'm quite tired. Cams. What am I missing here? Is it a 3D mode? Did I just never notice that button? Premium members. This typically makes me car sick. What's supposed to be 3D about this? Ah! That? Oh God. No. Just no. Nearest weather stations? Oh my God, that was a button? I never knew about that. Wow. Well, see, this view is the alert wildfire cam. That we have access to. That's a traffic cam. And the traffic cam of Myers has been down a long time. Well, that's neat. South Lake Tahoe, El Dorado Beach, Lakeview comments. But they're just getting it from other providers. You click on provider's website, Tahoe South. Wow. Timber Cove. Other live webcams. NDOT Caltrans. Alert Tahoe. Really? Ooh. Alright. We're gonna put this under Caldor. Webcams. Boom. Okay. What a nice discovery. Scuba diving in Tahoe. Oh, that would be challenging. That would be some dry suit, high altitude, super search stuff. Paddleboarding. Oh, now that's cool. Whatever that is, it's cool. It's sort of a get it clearly Tahoe. It's a clear kayak. Paragliding. Oh, that's cool. Okay, guys. All right. Where are the rest of these webcams? This link has 3 street cams on the one street here, various live cameras. Ooh. I really should sleep. Yeah. Yep, I should. I'm in my decompression time. We had quite a lot of pressure. We gotta decompress. I have to eat more to take vitamins. Okay. Well, no. There's one way to get the cams. Myers, of course, has been down. Kind of smoky, which is good. Smoke blanket we like. He's been down. Dot. Do you guys say that? Did you say Nevada dot, nav dot, Nevada dot, or N dot? What do you guys say? I'm pretty tickled at Nevada. State line Tahoe camp. What? Is it 3? Is it? Can you rotate it? Oh, you can't rotate it. That would be fancy. You have to be back. Okay, see you, Travis. Any s'mores tonight? I had them earlier. But, oh, of course I did. Smitty says, be right back. Have to go see if Moira's about. Yep. We only have 38 people, guys. We had like 200 people when I restarted the stream. Maybe most people were actually asleep. Things to do. Nightlife. Now the thing that I would want to do at the casinos is play craps. I am an uncanny good craps player. And I don't know why. But when I roll, I don't hit big red. I don't hit it. I can roll for an hour and 20 minutes without hitting big red. People gather around and start wildly cheering and stuff, and they're like, do this, do this. I walk into casinos and I say, guys, what number do you want? And they go, give us a 6. And I said, coming right up. It's a 6. I'd say, what do you guys want? And they're like, give us a 6. A hard way. All right, here you go. And half the time, that's what happens. And they just cheer wildly. And I'm like, what number you want? And they're like, give us a 6. And it's another 6. And they're like, oh my God. Moira says hello. She likes your voice. Well, hello. I like her too. Jason DG3 says, just for fun, I checked out the NOTAMs for SLT. And if you fly by, you might be at 12,500 MSL or above. Kind of cool fact if you know flight stuff. I don't. What's MSL? I've been learning about aviation, like Montour pilot. Kelsey at 7.4 gear is freaking hysterical. I asked him in a comment, but I probably should put it on Twitter to review a special crash, because he looks at viral videos, right? I said, would you please review the landing of the Albatross crash landing, the face plant? I was watching the Albatross cam. Have you guys done that? You ever, for soothing reasons, watch the Albatross cam? I hope she hasn't taken off and fledged yet. She was found to be a female, but it's on all the time. 24 hours a day in New Zealand. There's these Albatross chicks. And the parents come by to feed them, and where's a good example of zooming in on the chick? Wow, they're almost looking like adults now. There, yeah. So the Albatross parent landed by the chick and face planted. It was absolutely hysterical. Albatross are known for their really ungraceful landings. So there's a chick on the left greeting the parent. They go, wah, 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 wah. Mostly. Whoops, dang it, I just hit the live button. No, I lost it. Whoopsie. There she is. And so I was going to ask Kelsey at 7.4 gear to review the crash landing. Have you guys seen it? The Albatross cam faceplant? I watched it live and I thought that was funny, and I told my friend about it. And then I woke up and it had gone viral, and the 200 views were like, yeah, there's now 44,000. So this is the one in slow motion. Here's the chick going, hey parent, flap, flap, flat. Crash. It's so good. And then the kicking in the air just is the icing.
East operations air attack.
I mean, this chick is supposed to learn from this parent. And you can even see the chick's expression, like, what was that? Oh, Smitty, you're going to rest? Okay. Moira is a golden eagle who's been mooching kipper snacks since she was a chick. She's 6 now. Oh, I love birds. You have a golden eagle? Lol, sounds like Charlie Brown. Yeah. Yeah, the fast motion is...
Is this east night branch or west night branch? Yeah, I just want to confirm, is this on the east? Are you east night branch or west?
Okay, he's over Echo Lake.
We just want to give you an update. Not much progression on anything on the east side. Has a
Oh, section 25. Nope, not that. Move it.
No, that's section 8, 9. That's where East Night Operations was asking for a little copter work, but we were not able to help with that. This is more towards the head of the fire, just at the very right shoulder, south of Trimmer Peak.
Oh.
Affirm. Not a ton, but it has picked up a bit.
Oh. Where's Trimmer? A-firm. I love it how pilots say A-firm. And the crash landing is cute. Yeah. 3 Winters says it reminds me of Indiana Jones and Last Crusade. I didn't know you could fly. Fly? Yes. Land? No. So are you a pilot, Jason? I am a drone pilot. But barely one. I've just done a little bit. So I started learning about some things. And I watched the pilot channels, Buncalerio, and who I have a link to in the description. And Montour pilot, man, he's got a good air crash investigation type show. Yeah, mean sea level, yeah. Let's look back at our FLIR. Alright, Trimmer Peak should be right here. I don't see any extra heat, but we can't see the whole deal. It's the left side. In fact, that's the camera kind of on it. Oh, you misread the chat? Jason DG3 says flight is measured by MSL, mean sea level. Long story short, it just means if you fly over South Lake Tahoe or Caldor fire until September 30th, it must be at 12,500 MSL or higher. Ah, okay, otherwise you get lost. Ooh. Yeah, that could be detrimental. So I was studying things that you have to know to be a drone pilot, such as restricted airspace and this and that. You're certified Part 107 commercial drone pilot though? Oh, cool. So how did you get into that? So I was thinking about it. I'd love to have an octocopter, because I would want to put my soon-to-be acquired camera I'm so excited about, and film especially ghost towns and historic buildings and such from the air. You know, I have a lot of weird arguments with people, one of which was about mean sea level. And when people get really upset about some topic like sea level and decide they no longer want to know me anymore, I don't really get it. I've had a couple friendships, more like acquaintances, that I'm starting to get attached to. I had a couple of friendships like that completely break down because I would say something like, you know, not everything about the metric system is great or easy to understand for Americans. And I have a point, like, when people say something in meters, we kind of hate that, because our tradition is to measure things in feet. We just kind of, we get that. And we don't like doing extra math. So people start talking meters. We gotta do math and multiply stuff by 3 and divide stuff by 3 and I just explained it like that. Like that's just one of the reluctance things. We don't have an attitude problem. We don't have this, we're superior, we're America. And we joke about it, but there's things like that. And this one guy flipped out on me and said that we did have an attitude problem, that we were just jerks and want everybody to do, the whole world to do things our way. And I'm like, no, that's really not what I think about when I just, struggle with math. It's okay, dude. And he just melted down and unfriended me. Okay. And another argument was about mean sea level. And it ended the same way. That argument crashed and burned. So I basically said that it was a weird argument about the Panama Canal. And somebody was trying to say that the ocean was higher on one side than the other side of Panama before we made the canal, and then it equalized, and I went, what? Yeah. No. Pretty sure that the ocean is kind of the sea level is one of those mostly constant things, except for barometric pressure. Like, and this person goes off on me and said the Atlantic Ocean was higher than the Pacific. And I just kind of blinked and like, no. And I explained that I was scuba certified and tried to explain the basics of atmospheres. Then the person was arguing with me that there's only one atmosphere, and I went, but it just really went downhill fast. Okay. Excuse me, I'm in the kitchen. I have found the strangest sore throat soother, which is golden Greek pepper cheese. Don't forget the mazzetta. So I'm going to retrieve some of these. Out. I'm also going to lean over by my refrigerator and bash my head into the door. Out. So when you mentioned mean sea level, that is the first thing I think of, is that train wreck of a conversation. If I was wrong about sea level, I just wouldn't get that upset about it. It's kind of like that weird... Have you guys ever had weird arguments like that? Is it just me? Do I attract these people? Like magnetically? Or are these types out there, I'm pretty sure they're just out there and that kind of thing happens. Jason D. G3, you must have had some interesting acquaintances. Yeah. Yeah. Eliza says totally the opposite way. I'm still lost with feet and gallons, even when 15 years later I think of meters and liters. Yeah. You went to drone college at Mather? Ooh. Cost me $2,000, but it was worth it. Wow. So what kind of things do you do with your drone? Keep it family friendly. Just kidding. Where did I put my coffee cup? That usually makes people laugh because I'm a fan of Half-Life, the world's greatest video game ever made. And part of it...
East Zone Night Operations, Air Attack, Air to Ground Command.
Oh, let's listen. I need crackers.
Just want to confirm that, is there anybody working in the Echo Lake lower or upper Echo Lake area? a bit of increased activity on the west side of the upper Echo Lake area.
Did we ever hear if they saved those cabins? Affirm. Maybe it's just me.
Eastbound night operations from air attack. We'll be departing the fire unless you need us to look at anything for you.
Maybe it's just me, and the way that I just sort of stubbornly sit there and don't believe anything until I get evidence. That can drive people nuts. They seem to be personally offended, and I don't just immediately believe what they're saying. As if I'm calling them a liar or something. No, I just need evidence to believe something. That's the way I am. And the intense anger that can erupt after that always surprises me, though. It's like, dude, it's the metric system. Should we end a friendship over that? Oh, do I not have crackers? It's kind of weird to just suck on a peppercini and not, like, kind of put it on a cracker. You kind of have to have something absorb. It's a little bit on the hot side. It's not the world's hottest pepper by any means, pretty mild, but you gotta have something to absorb that excess. Otherwise, the back of your throat is slammed by this cascade of sweet but somewhat hot juice. It's kind of weirdly soothing to the throat. But, you know, you want to moderate it. It's kind of like oysters. They're a little bit too overwhelming. You've got to have a cracker. I used to have a bunch of water crackers. I can't find any. I found graham crackers. That's just a no. That's just no. No. Sorry, I'll be back at the computer in a second. I'm hoping to save the Echo Lake cabins. We were a little bit concerned about that. Was it last night? Alright. Rice? No, that's just not going to work. God, I wish I had breadsticks. What was I going to say before the pilot butted in? No idea at this point. That's okay. I'm going to abandon that thought. Sometimes you have to do that in the middle of the night when you're tired. Sometimes just struggling to remember what the heck you were talking about from one moment to the next. It's just an unachievable goal that will only cause... It's like being in quicksand. It'll only cause you to sink deeper. The struggle. Sometimes if you give it up, it'll just come back to you. Yeah. Jason says. Oh, Smitty says, perhaps we can get you some shoe inserts and you can repel them as and when you need to. Okay. Yep, Smitty says, no, there's barometric pressure and gravitation, and you calculate the tides with, but pretty much globally, you're right. It's on the level, as we say. Exactly. There's a reason it's called mean, like average, like it's pretty, okay. Thank you for the validation, because, you know, Jason says the FAA drone license simply allows me to make money by flying a drone, nothing else. I have insurance and obey all the flight laws while doing so. You know what? I'm such a nerd, Morris says. That's very true. Actually, you know what? Nerds are like certified, right? The difference between a nerd. No, I do not sleep, Mike. This is not Kathryn. This is her clone. Utilizing a chatbot. That's why English.execute crashes sometimes. Don't tell anybody.
Go ahead.
That was random. Sea level is a thing. Sea level, you know?
I want to let you know we're departing the fire unless you needed anything else. I tied in with the East Night Branch, Walters, and let them know about a bit of increased activity in kilo just on that right shoulder near the head. And that little spot by Christmas Valley, I think it's called. Other than that, the rest is looking pretty good.
He doesn't know where Christmas Valley is? Okay.
Yeah.
Where is the spot? He said by Upper Echo Lake. This is an old map, by the way. Darn. The value in tracking the pilots is they fly right over where they're talking about. Yeah, Smitty, you cracked me up. And by the way, why do you have an eagle, Smitty? Do you like raise them as chicks? Are you a falconer? I would love to be a falconer. People are like, look at my cool dog. It's a labradoodle. I'd be like, check out my eagle. Now that would be something to brag about. I wanted to be a commercial drone pilot. Here's my question. If I am going to make documentary videos, do I kind of need a commercial drone pilot license to do that? It's kind of a fine line. YouTube is almost a career. It's kind of a joke in a way. So he's going away from the fire, so we shouldn't be tracking him. I was wondering if they were mapping the Dixie. I don't think they are. It's so weird to me that the whole time the Caldor fire is going on, this is very well-trafficked airspace. You got UPS going by and American Airlines, and you got, I would want to know, what are they shooting out their window? That would be one heck. Here's FedEx. One heck of a cell phone shot, you know? Wow, English? Yep. Hey, 3 winners. Good day. I have very few things I'm willing to argue about most of the time. I'm like, yeah, you're right. I should get used to that, but see, I have a problem. It's called being pretty dense socially. Somebody was like, how are you? I'm like, well, here's my elaborate story about how I'm feeling today, moment to moment. They're like, no, that's a greeting. I don't care how you are. In their body language is like, oh, right. Well, don't make that request of me. Why did you request that data? I provided to you. You know. Cheese breadsticks, that's what I need, Morris. Jason says it would be if I actually used it. I had business goals, but then the market became oversaturated, so I kept my job as IT management. Cool. Now, the thing is, I don't think I could be called a nerd because I'm not certified. To me, nerds like graduate college and stuff with some super nerdy major. Ah! Okay, whoops. See, my teeth failed to penetrate the pepper there. However, the pressure from my incisors did somehow create some sort of a explosive reaction, and the juice squirted everywhere. I'm probably going to check out my desk in the morning and have to Windex off my glass desk. Dang it. If you're wondering why I'm incoherently babbling, it's because I've been awake a long time. Whoa, what time is it? I thought it was 2. How did it become like almost 5 in the morning? Good day, mate. Yeah, I really don't like it when people actually care to know how I am, really. Yeah. Yep. So, instead of being a nerd, I think it's more accurate to call myself a dork. We're not like dorks. We're into stuff like Lord of the Rings, you know? Like, a nerd could, like, build his own drone, right? A nerd could, like, code her own program, right? But dorks, we're just lesser talented members of the socially awkward class. That was a compliment? I know, I'm just trying to explain how I don't deserve it. I'm a certified dork. I mean, you have your nerds, your dweebs, and your dorks, and I'm just not sure that I'm a dweeb. I have to think on it, though, because this philosophical question is bothering me. Am I indeed a nerd, a dork, or a dweeb? Morris, you've given me a lot to ponder. A lot to ponder. You'd say geek, budgie, 1970 UK? Hey, welcome back, by the way. Why in the world would I be a geek?
Tower 17 Victor's departing the Caldor, ETA 0450 McFarland.
Because it's not like I've ever invented anything.
0450. Get positive ASF at 449.
I somehow think that geeks somehow might have mathematical skills. I really can't even handle long division. Hey, you know what? I do work on computers. But it's hardware, and the secret is that hardware is more about knowing how to use a screwdriver than anything. Swap out parts that don't work. You don't even have to understand how the parts work. You just know that, hey, the video card's dead. I can use a screwdriver to put a new one in. Only a dweeb would ponder such a thing. Get out. I'm just kidding. It's okay. Yeah. Jason says, only if you're filming your documentary for commercial filming purposes. So if you mean to monetize it, then probably yes, I would need a new FAA license. Dang it. I didn't want to hear that. Can you get it for cheap, though? I mean, $2,000? That sounds like an elaborate series of classes. Smitty says, I'm with certain he pictures 6 huge gorillas with a drinking straw. I have no idea what you're saying, Smitty. Did you just string together a series of words with no relation to each other to antagonize and or trick me? Or mess with me? Budgie says to me, dorks are neither of those. Someone says random stuff completely not related to the conversation. Listening to music no one's heard of. Wears completely random unmatching clothes and that kind of stuff. That's when I look the other way. Like, I don't do that. I look down at my unmatching clothes. I don't. Yeah. You've been here the whole time lurking? Gaming and lurking. What are you playing? Is it Half-Life? Because my opinion of you would just skyrocket. Three winters I'm obsessed with enough fictional things to be called a nerd, but not smart enough to be known as a geek. At least that's the distinction I grew up with. Okay. Well then what's a dweeb? Or what's a dweeb then? Oh. Remember folks, if you're just tuning in, we are monitoring fires. However, when the radio is dead silent, I have to fill the space. Otherwise people tune out. So I have to be saying something. And when I've been awake for a radically long period of time, it's pretty much effective intoxication. I can send you all my class materials and notes. Ooh, you're smart enough to figure it out. Oh, you make dangerous assumptions, sir. All you should do is study and take your class in the nearest FAA testing center. It takes 2 hours. Oh, that would be nice. Okay, thanks. That's really generous of you. That's cool. So whereabouts are you located, Jason? Like generally? It's unwise to give your street address on the internet, but that's what happens sometimes, and I have to stop people. I say, hey, I can walk you through making your space defensible, or walking you through an evacuation plan. Can you give me your location? And people go, yeah, my address is, and I'm like, Please, I'm rushing to delete their comment. Here's my phone number. No, man. You don't understand. I'm going to put this video, it's on the internet. It's going to be saved on the internet forever. And when you tell me, hey, I've already evacuated, that's basically telling the looters where you live. You know? That you're not home right now. But, yeah. You're playing Forza 4, very different to my normal racing, which is expert simulated racing. I used to play Need for Speed like a fiend. In pole position. And Spy Hunter. Oh, you're in Roseville? I'm on your stream because I go to Tahoe every weekend to gamble, and all my friends live there. Is it true that California doesn't allow craps? That's what I'm so against. One of my goals is to go to Vegas, to the California Hotel, which is in Vegas, of course. They have the Golden Arm contest. I can roll dice for an hour and 30 minutes. I just simply don't roll big red. Need for Speed, Clove Candy says, yeah. You have a full wheel and pedal setup and stream too. Oh, that's cool. You stream to Twitch, or? People have told me that I should multi-stream to both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. But I can't imagine the chaos of chat that Twitch would be in trying to get moderators in Twitch. You know how the culture is. Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit is still my favorite. Yeah, that was just a classic. I know, why in the world can you mindlessly drink, smoke, and pull a handle of a rigged slot machine all day? And they don't allow dice games? I thought about doing Twitch. I was too chicken. See, I'm terribly shy. It took a lot for me to go live. Like, it took a crisis, you know, during Paradise, where people were so lost in everything. A lot of people didn't realize they could listen to Broadcastify and listen to what was going on with the fire to understand a lot more about what was going on with it. And so I just randomly said, just do it. Just do it. You don't have to talk. You can set up a Broadcastify stream for what's going on at Paradise, and then look at comments every once in a while and type in chat. And I didn't even have a comment section. I didn't even look too much. I put up a webcam, I put up maps, and everybody wanted to know what to do, and I had questions like, can you help me understand if the fire reached my neighborhood? So I get the map and I look at it and go, no, not yet. And then, how do I know if my house is still there? And I would show them the map, and I had 12 people, at a time. And then it took me I didn't even talk. I think it was all typing. But people were so grateful. I kept doing it, and I had no idea how to reach others. Didn't realize you basically have to go viral to see anybody. And I was still nervous about it, but when the crisis of Labor Day happened, I was looking outside of my window, seeing columns of smoke all over the neighborhood. You're right, Jason, you're right. And then I saw trees snapping and just falling over in that wind, and I went, okay. And I turned on Broadcastify and had the maps, and after a few days went by, when I realized it was getting just terrible, I put on the headset and the mic and said hi, and still only had like 18 people at a time in chat, but the videos started to get like 200 views. I thought, well, maybe I helped like 150 people. That's cool. And I just kind of gradually got over the shyness that way. And the way I did it was think about like it's stage acting. I'm an idiot at a party. I'm a downright bad conversationalist. I'll blurt out the randomest weird stuff. But that's all nerves. And if I treat it like stage acting, I can do that just perfect. Go up on stage and be like, hi, thousands of people. I'm in character. And I try to get myself in that mode. It works. But like, you can rig dice, but it's a lost art though. Well, they change the dice on you all the time, Smitty. That's the thing. You would watch me game when these fires are all done. You know what I was gonna do 3 winters? And I'm not joking. I want to go to the Californian and become a golden arm, a certified golden arm. I've made people wealthy, like at the casino, just not making too many bets on my own, but rolling the dice for an hour and a half. They start to look at me like, it doesn't work all the time. I wish it did. I'd be totally wealthy if it did. But when I'm happy-go-lucky, no pressure, I just start rolling the dice. The pit bosses and stuff start just gaping at me. They'll change my dice almost every game. And I hate that, because I feel like some of them, when I'm touching them, are luckier than other pair. Anyway. I got nervous. Like, some people will take $2 grand in chips and just put it on 6. Whatever the limit is. And then I get like choked up, and I don't roll as well when I'm nervous, which sucks. Sucks. But I want to go to the Californian, which is the casino in Vegas, that has the Golden Arm contest, and there's a certain time limit you have to reach before striking out. Guys, look at that. It's nice and calm. It's nice and calm. Heavenly Ski area is like weirded out now. There, it's back into position. So we did hear there's a little heat on Trimmer Peak in this west shore of Echo Lakes area. A little bit around 88 and Kirkwood, but nothing to be concerned about. What a midnight miracle. We did it, guys. We did it. We got through that crucial 48 hours of 2 red flag days. Whew. So what I wanted to do on Twitch, though, is role play a Targaryen and play the Crusader Kings mod for Game of Thrones. I did that with my friends, role playing insane Targaryens, and it was awesome. 3 winters? The way to become a great conversationalist is to ask questions that give people an opportunity to talk about themselves. For example, what the heck is wrong with you? That's good. Yeah. Budgie says, as someone who has streamed for years that feels obligated to stream every day, I will say, really, please take care of yourself. Take downtime regularly. That's what I'm struggling with. I've done this every day since July 14th with 2 days off. 14 hours a day. Sometimes 22 hours in a row, 36 hours in a row during one particularly bad 3 days. I am starting to get quite fatigued and feeling that. Yeah, then you have to stop for a long time. Yeah. I don't know how to do it with fires, though. They're quite different than a game. I can tell people when I'm taking game time off, hey, I feel like going to the coast for the weekend. But when I tried to do that last year, I looked down at my phone and we were going to have a good weekend. And new fires erupted. I planned on the lesser days to walk away from things, but new fires erupt. And the weather forecast is wrong. And with this one, it's way more challenging to find a balance because it is life and death situations. Just take time when it's quiet, like tonight. You could have streamed or stayed awake less. You have good people in here that help keep anyone who comes in informed. It's true. It's true. Maybe I could do one of my videos in Tahoe and the surrounding areas, of course, when all this stuff is done. Yes. Jason, I want to make, Gold Rush heritage and that kind of stuff. So filming anywhere around the Sierras, there's just all kinds of history to film. Well, and if it survives the fires. Yeah. Yeah, I want to meet people also. Make contact with me in emails, guys. We're trying to have something to look forward to, and that will be miniature parties everywhere I go. I'll make a couple stops so people can meet and greet. We can meet each other. There's a lot of people who are just awesome. I love you guys. I love the community. Part of the reason I'm here too, Budgie, is... And by the way, link me or Twitch. Can you email me? Because that'll be awesome. I'll Twitch friend you. The support I'm getting from the community is some of the best support I've ever had in my life. I mean, there's a lot of flack, like there's a lot of weirdos coming out of the woodwork telling me, the really hilarious thing about Till McBurn, challenging me on really weird topics. But the pats on the head have been incredible. The fact that we made a community here that's supportive and you know, family friendly for the most part. And yeah, you're really right, Jay. Sleep and rest management are key to surviving long duration events. Set a schedule and hold to it as best you can. I did reset my sleep schedule because the mornings are quiet. And the way I was hurting myself was getting up in the mornings, trying to make the 7 o'clock meetings start with the stream, the 7 o'clock morning operational updates. And then sometimes I would stay up past midnight, and that was just killing me to get 5 and 6 hours of sleep. So I changed. Took the advice of a firefighter and said, come back by afternoons. You gotta be from afternoons till 8. And that's it's usually when fires are moving. And this has been working out a little bit better. The odd thing about that, Jason, was I just made a whole bunch of scripts that I made. I mean, general outlines for making a series of video tours up and down the different canyons of California's Sierras and the Cascades of Oregon, where the gold mining and some of the logging towns were. I also didn't want to be too Eurocentric. I wanted to cover Indian history and sensitively talk about their settlements without, of course, revealing their locations. History did not begin when Europeans showed up. And I have pre-scouted, taken a lot of video, cell phone video and cell phone pictures because I never had a good movie camera. A lot of these places disappeared before my eyes in the last 2 years. But yeah, that's what I want to do, Jay. Smitty says, yeah, it took me a while to get into action schedule, look over the team that I was trained up, took nights. If I took days, they wouldn't learn skills I learned 45 years ago. Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of what I film now will be aftermath of fire stuff. But I want to interview survivors and people who have tales, and I want to interview old-timers. If you guys can tell me about the old-timers I should see, heck yeah. Their knowledge about these areas is better than just taking a picture. But I wrote a bunch of scripts for, look at the Dixie today, guys. That was insanity. I wrote a bunch of scripts for, instead of just like, oh, here's some ghost towns in the Feather River. Here's the places where Mark Twain went, you know. Following the footsteps of Mark Twain. You can reach a bigger audience, like people who are just Mark Twain fans might click, you know. Instead of just saying, here's a documentary about Magalia and Paradise, the title would be, Where They Found the 54-Pound Dogtown Nugget. And I was going to go to the Dogtown Nugget Museum, you know. And that didn't make it. But have I been up all night? Maybe. It was a crazy night. Did you just see the time lapse? So what happened today was, here's the Dixie fire. It made a hard run and tried to eat Herlong today. And it stopped around 11 From 11 to 3 in the morning, it still looked like it could crest over the mountains at Hurlong Junction and make a run. I'm amazing. No, you're amazing. I love your hot air balloons. Have you been in a hot air balloon? I haven't. I think it would be cool. I'm more foolish than amazing with my sleep schedule choices. But I'm going to try to take it easy tomorrow. Sorry guys, I keep forgetting to mute that. To soothe my throat, I've got pepperoncinis. I hope that isn't ridiculously barbaric sounding. So, the insanity, the Schaefer Mountain time lapse, we watched the Dixie come up over the crest here. This is looking, Schaefer Mountain is just east of Susanville, so this is looking mostly south, slightly west. The roaring Dixie, look at those volcanic plumes. Just as the sun was setting, came up over the ridge. And we couldn't tell, look at this crazy amount of heat. Here's all the flurry of hundreds of firefighting vehicles on 395. They did a mandatory evacuation of Hurlong and other areas, Milford. Evacuation warnings go up, changing them throughout the day. The incredible action just didn't stop, and then we saw fire cresting the ridge. Even at 2 in the morning, we weren't sure if it was going to spot over and race across the desert. Even saw Doyle go on evacuation on alert. And then 3 o'clock in the morning starts dying down. But not dead. I mean, look at the light on the right side. Look at all that heat still coming out of the clouds. Look at the flurry of firefighting activities. Hello, Joey. Smitty says, at Jay Connors, only you can probably understand the problem with being silent in a crisis and letting them learn and not doing it for them. Soft suggestions, strictly by example, is not easy. Oh. Jay Connors says, yep, the balance. And then there is the leader who knows he or she has other responsibilities. Are you guys trying to tell me something? You do great work. Now we need it to maintain it for duration. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I make a deal with my body on crisis days. I read this book called How to Hypnotize Yourself. In a nutshell. And I say, body, I kind of need you for a bit here. But as soon as that's over, I am going to give you all the rest you want and all the most nutritious food you want. Yes, we are 3 winters. There's still a fuel-driven fire, of course. There's still new starts that can be a crisis thing. But let's check windy again. I think we're out of red flag. Finally. Red flag days are a bit more twitchy. Throughout today, we still have, like on the Caldor, 32 mile an hour wind gusts, 10 mile an hour sustained winds, but only from like 2 p.m. to 5-ish. Winds drop down around 7-ish to 3 miles an hour with still 30 mile an hour wind gusts, but then drop to almost a dead calm by 11 tomorrow with only 12 mile an hour wind gusts. That's way better. A narrower window of time, a cooler day. Let's go look at red flag. I think it's expired. Yeah. Wait. Cal Fire? No, you're not Noah. Get out of my sight. It's Noah. Jeez, that's probably ancient. Click. Go. Yeah. Oh, for the love of cars. Where's the quick map? No. Yeah. Updated for September 2nd. Fire weather watch is on the eastern side of the Sierras and throughout Nevada, Great Basin. That's it. We're out of the red flags. Oh, that's Napa. Where's the big map? Okay, that's way bigger. Significant flood and tornadic threat. Crazy. Ida is forecast to become post-tropical. I have tunnel vision on the fires. Didn't even think. Rain and thunder. Oh man. Ugh. Okay. Oh, here's the thunderstorm. Wow. Clouds. Waves. That's beautiful. I could look at this for hours. If you get the app called Radar Now, no, My Radar, excuse me. This is the way the wind looks, pretty much on the entire United States. It's better than windy. Yeah, David Quesadilla. Hey, welcome back. Your name has been one of the most hilarious choices ever. I have to say you win the Kathryn Award. But yeah, if you ever want to see me stream games, as soon as Crusader Kings 3 mod for Game of Thrones comes out, here's what I'm gonna do. I'll try it out on Twitch, because I will need some relaxo time for sure. I will wear a Burger King crown or something like it, and roleplay a mad Targaryen playing the Targaryens with the dragons and such in the Crusader Kings 3 game. And I'll try to take over the entire world with my dragon armies. And that's going to be awesome. Rob says, Rob Langsdorff, good morning. You were up when I went to bed last night. You're still up here. When am I planning to get some rest today? Pretty soon. I am eating like a horse right now. And then I'm gonna go to sleep without an alarm. Smitty says effective system of volume delegation effort right out of the 1957 to 64 manual. Okay. Send me that manual. I'll study it. Let's look at our Sierra Tahoe. Let's do our 12 hour. WV Patriot says, been watching for about a month from West Virginia. West Virginia. I've learned California geography. Geography and firefighters are some tough SOBs doing a great service you are. Thanks for the pat on the head. And thank you, firefighters, man. The whole nation, though, is here. It's not just Californians. That's like the pilot was saying. I think that's Christmas Valley because he's not from here. The one who just flew off the line was doing the scouting. I don't think there's any aircraft above any of them now. I think their mapping is over. But heavily ski area is moving around. The almost 30% of the United States firefighting resources are on the Dixie and Caldor. A lot of them are getting lost, and you hear them on the radio saying, "Where do I turn?" It's a lot of the nation's finest here. Yeah, Lake Springs is. You can see distantly what they're doing at Kirkwood, sort of. This is our 12-hour time lapse of the day. Man, I can't imagine. Like, here it's fatiguing enough for me being in my armchair. Can you imagine working at this? I have the utmost respect for how could they do it? Yeah. There's the moon. I want to believe in the moon. This is our Lake Springs cam. Then working through the night. Some of these are just no good. Hey, is it possible to do a time lapse of the FLIR? I think it is. We can do a 15-minute play of time lapse. Oh, I see, the 10-second 12-hour time lapse. Will this work? Wow. So the bottom one is heavenly. They rotate around too much for this to be very non-crazy making. Yeah, that's not good. It just rotates around. Where's Amber tonight? Must have gone to bed. I know, that's the whole joke, is Amber said, I want to believe in the moon, and so that's one of the running gags here, is I had conspiracy theorists in last year, and every time they saw something weird in the sky, on infrared, they said, aliens! That's an alien craft. And on the Bobcat fire, it was the moon behind some smoke. And so the joke was playing the X-Files theme. And we were saying, I want to believe, and Amber just nailed it, saying, I want to believe in the moon. It's just, oh my gosh. I'm sure Amber, like most rational people, have gone to sleep. It's filling in Lake Mead. Oh yeah. Yeah, the moderating weather looks more salty than ever. Duck and cover. Ah! Okay. Oh, Kristen. Oh, hi. Just woke because it's cold. Check YouTube and you're still at it. Wow, nice to see. One has calmed down. Aren't you exhausted? Yeah, but it was so scary today and tonight that, like, I feel like around 3 was when I became finally calm enough to think about going to sleep. Looking at the Dixie's crazy march towards Herlong. I mean, we have people evacuated from Herlong now. This Schaefer Mountain time lapse was insanity. And then after I feel like, okay, I'm calm enough to go to sleep, well, then I start eating to make up for the meals lost during the day. Start taking my vitamins. Then I need my 1 hour of decompression time. Oh gosh, excuse me. Look at that crazy smoke. And then, right about now, I 2 hours after I calm down looking at fires is about when I feel like I can sleep. Yeah, Nick, yep. John Stoker says my great-great-great-grandmother Betty Ross's niece rode the ferry on Mississippi to go to school with Mark Twain's. That is cool. Just like Mark Twain says, try not to let school interfere with your education. Oh, Betsy Ross. Heck yeah. Do you still have the flag she sewed? Free Winter says the highest level on our fire danger insect index is bad enough for firefighter joke. Don't even fart out there. That is such a guy thing. Oh yeah, I was looking at that. This person has multi-cams. Kind of a cool trick. I was showing you guys this the other night. I was wondering how I could do a multi-cam thing. Like go to bed but have different cameras going. Nick says, while we have a small crowd, I'd like to let you all. Nick is short for Nicole. Another guy. I'm sorry. Did I miss that? Did you try to explain that before? I swear I never read that. Nicole, sorry. You know, Dad, I have the mind of a goldfish. But you see how it just finally moderated? Look how quiet it is now. But that was some of the most eerie, flowing smoke that I've ever seen. We were wondering if it was a lenticular cloud. Oops. 6-hour time lapse. The way it had that curving smoke over the top was weird and eerie. I think I have to do the 12 hours, sorry. It has to repopulate. No, I was just telling you just now. Okay, great. Because you could have run away with that and totally messed with me and said, look, I told you every day, Kathryn, that I was female. I'm getting quite, well, triggered by you. And I think you're not respecting the fact that I'm female, and I feel really insulted by the fact you just assumed gender. And you could have really messed with me. But did you see that, guys? Did you see that smooth either cloud or smoke over the top? I'll replay it in a second when it's done generating this. It's almost done. Hang on. The radio is still on. It's on Caldor, but we've heard almost nothing throughout the night, which is great. Oh, this is good news. Okay, I'll rewind it. See this? Weird wispy thing? I mean, this is how huge it is zoomed out. This is from Schaefer Mountain, which is east of Susanville. Then it zooms in. Watch this. Eerie cloud, wispy smoke stuff. It just goes up and down like a wave. Just weird. Wow. I would love for Susie to look at this, the meteorologist, and tell me what is it we're seeing. Okay, see you later, Nicole. Jason says, news is saying the morning west wind should take the fire to the top of the ridge near Heavenly and then over. Wow. Hold on to your butts. But this has bought them precious time, the fact that it hasn't happened already. 2 days of miracle calm in the South Lake Tahoe Basin. It is mesmerizing. It's just like, wow. And here's the thing that most people aren't kind of aware of is the white's the heat. You know, this is the heat and the smoke. As the smoke, the heat dissipates, the smoke becomes invisible. But there is this dark cloud of cooled off smoke that you can't see against the night sky. But if you were there, you could. Like if this was a FLIR image, if the stupid FLIR camera had just zoomed in, the FLIR camera is on the same spot, but if it had zoomed in like this, we would have seen something amazing. Well, that right there is above Herlong Junction. They were trying to keep it out of Herlong and keep it from jumping 395. It's the Dixie. That was a miracle. That spot fires didn't race for the town. The Caldor mostly stayed within where it's been yesterday, except it expanded a little bit north of 50 by, like, kind of around the Echo Lakes and kind of by, what is it called? Whitaker or something? It tried to escape around Kirkwood and eat the ski resort and eat the community and I think some cabins were lost, but they went to structured defense and they held it at 88. Otherwise, it would have burst through and gone due east and probably tried to eat Markleyville eventually. So that was amazing. It didn't move very much in the South Lake Tahoe Basin. It was just so calm today with the wind. Although it might go up over the Nevada border by tomorrow on Leggett's. They had a little bit of trouble in the 50 corridor, but the Dixie was the crazy freight train. Just look at this. This is it coming over. This is the view from Susanville, east of Susanville. It just was a giant freight train. And it went past Lake Davis. But thank goodness it didn't shift to affect Portola. They did structure protection around Indian Valley. I think Taylorsville and Genesee seems to be okay. You're welcome. But this is incredible that this didn't escape. But they're not out of the woods. Throughout the day, it's going to be really active. Hi, Tara. Yeah. 3 winters. We've seen a lot of bad stuff in these fires. But we've also seen a bunch of late night miracles too. Mercies, yeah. Beers and Dixie showed just how close we got to more tragedy. Yeah. Yeah. Let's put it in Veers mode. Have they come out with the new maps? Sort of. It just took off like a train, like... Oops, wrong color. It raced this entire length today. Can you believe that? It went that far today, just in a straight line. Here's Herlong, and it almost tried to eat the town. Now down here, Doyle, poor Doyle, which got completely slaughtered in the Beckworth. And was that June? Now let's show you that I couldn't cover that fire. My health just wasn't good enough. There's Doyle right there. And so the scar is going to merge with the old Beckworth scar, probably. So I do believe they're worried that it's the current Dixie, which is going to go like that towards Doyle. It also could come erase the ridge that direction. It has potential to do both. That's why Doyle's on evacuation warning. If you look at Doyle, it's pretty far away, kind of. So nobody quite expected that. That was just a troll, guys. Just a troll. Don't worry about that. Oh yeah, it's a very real possibility. I'm frustrated that the fire history map won't show us the Beckworth. I mean, it really should. So there's this huge, just last month, the ground's barely cool, you know? That's the huge Beckworth scar. But I had to have an appointment when the ESO meeting was going. I'm sure they talked a lot about it, but I wasn't there for it. Okay. Yeah, you guys deleting the comment or something must have interfered with me banning the troll. You see something like that, that's just instant ban, you know. And the pretty poor attempt at it. Is Kingsbury okay? It may not be tomorrow. Somebody just said they're expecting it to cross Leggett's over tomorrow with a west wind. Hey Dana. Dynamite says, so if we don't have these previous fire scars to steer towards, what would firefighters being resorting to? They're not trying to steer the fires anywhere. People are getting the wrong impression about that. It's just that they're just trying to protect, towns and cities because they don't have enough staff to try to contain anything. It's moving too fast. They don't really want it to move. The whole point of containment is to keep it in an area so that fires have to move to live. They have to find new fuel. They want them to be contained. They just don't have the staff and the resources and the time, you know. So they burn scars are a double-edged sword. The recent ones can be helpful because, well, a lot of the fuel already burned and the dozer lines are new. Older burn scars are bad for the fires to reach if they didn't salvage log all the dead trees, because then it flames up worse, and way worse than a fire with living trees, because living trees still have thousands of gallons of water in their trunk. Dead trees don't and become an inferno. So part of the Dixie's problem is it reached like things like the old Moonlight Fire burn scar. It got worse when it did. So Dana says on the incident videos the authorities are saying the word steer. Exactly. Just because they're trying to man the most vulnerable places. And that's what's confusing the public. Is they'd rather I had a better analogy. It's like being at a rodeo. There's tons of people, like in the crowd. If you think of a community, it's like the food court or something. And somebody spooks a whole huge herd of wild horses in the corral. And they bust out. They're pushing up against a fence, which is like the direction the wind blows, right? And you know it's going to give. It's going to shatter. And so what you can do is, of course, try to get people out of the way, which is evacuation. And if you think of like babies and the baby carriage and stuff, you try to take whatever you can, like the broken fence, signs and put them in front. Hopefully you would brush past these things, right, as the horses go by. But if it makes a direct beeline, you just get out of the way, right? So their dozer lines are going to be placed where they absolutely can't have the fire go past, if it's at all possible. But there's not enough time to really keep it within its bounds. They're running out, right? And they get the people out, which is like an evacuation. And if you think of the baby carriages and the food quarters, like where people live in communities, you would try to make a line there, just hoping that it would steer away. But you're not really in control of it. They try to man the lines. It would be like imagining a person holding up a sign or piece of a fence. Hey, 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 go away, horse, you know. But if they're really charging at you, like if that's the way the wind blows in a red flag day, you just drop it and you leave, right? That's the crew's retreating somewhere else. Yeah, I'm trying to say how people are misunderstanding it. I've had people coming in all day saying, where do they want the fire to go? And I'm like, no, they don't want the fire to go anywhere. And people have butted in and said, well, why did they talk about steering it around and hurting it? And people were thinking of that wording as if it's like the old cattle drives, where you're moving the cattle on purpose, right? People are misunderstanding their analogy, so I'm trying to come up with a better one. They don't want the fire to move. Yeah. MP says, aside from wildfire, have any homes or lives been lost? I don't live in the U.S. Yeah, MP. There's this horrible thing. Let's reopen it. It's called the structure loss map. We've lost more than 648 on the Caldor, I think it was. They're still trying to find the damage. We've lost entire towns. We lost 90% of Greenville, the second largest town in all of Plumas County. 51% of the Plumas National Forest has just burned up since July 14th. 51% of a gigantic forest. I'm not going to show the structure loss. I'm just going to show the map. It's growing every single day. We're losing more every day. So we lost the towns of Indian Falls. Most of it was destroyed. We lost Rich Bar. It was pretty much erased. We lost Greenville, which is a major town of more than 800 people. We lost Canyon Dam, which is a smaller community. I mean, those are the 4 towns we lost there. We lost a 5th town called Grizzly Flats. And this is like less than a space of 2 months. We've had other communities like devastated, but not erased. So that's 5 different towns that were basically erased, though. And then we've had just numerous. Here it is. There's more than 22,000 structures in danger of being lost, which is in South Lake Tahoe. But see, this is Grizzly Flats. Red is completely destroyed structures. And don't look at this map if you don't want to look at Grizzly Flats. Kind of close your eyes a little bit. And this is basically an obliterated community. No power to stop this. The Phillips was a tract and not a town, but it's devastated. Yeah. I mean, yeah, in Europe you would understand them as villages. We lost many villages. More than I can list. This is just the Caldor. When you zoom in, you kind of get the idea of, oh my god. So please don't look if you don't want to see a burned down structure. I'm going to click on a random one. So that's a utility or maintenance structure. You click on this. Yeah, close your eyes for a minute. Single story family residence. This is pretty much what's left in these communities. We have also a Dixie Fire map. Don't watch if you don't want to see this. Dixie Fire. What are these called again? Gosh, I'm so tired. Fire structure. Structure status map. And they're still tallying. There's still places too hot to go in. So please don't look, guys. But if you look at stuff like Greenville, we lost the entire town. 90 to 95% is gone. And this was a major, major town. Major urban center, see? Just obliterated. So that's Greenville. If you look at the gigantic Dixie Fire, here's Canyon Dam that we lost. We lost Rich Bar down there. Lost the periphery. We almost lost Chester, the second largest town in Plumas County. Or third. Quincy's now in danger, the county seat. It's just absolutely insanity. And then there's the Beckworth Fire structure map. Please don't look, guys. Beckworth Fire structure lost. I've never even looked at this. That's not it. The town of Doyle was basically obliterated by it. I don't know how much survived in Doyle, but it was infuriating to the public. Do I understand this right? That they must have had a map for this. They usually do after every fire. Yeah, I'm confused. Oh yeah, this is so bad. We're not even looking at the monument or the McFarland fires. Am I just not seeing this? The Beckworth Fire structure map. Status. Okay, here it is. I think the community was infuriated because they got up on a meeting or something saying that it's been greatly exaggerated how much Doyle has been impacted. We haven't lost any structures. And then people flipped over to the cams and such and saw or was it the media, the live journalists saw homes in flames. Please don't look, guys. I'm looking at the Beckworth. Here's a mobile home single wide. This is what's left. We're not even talking about the French fire, the devastation down there. In Southern California, Central. Don't look, guys. This is devastation pictures. Yeah, there's just nothing left at most places. That's a mobile home. But they're burning right through downtowns in many situations. Mobile home, here's the mobile home park. There's nothing there. things in the middle of town. The single family residents just losing entire towns down like 75% or more is just insane. This is why I'm doing what I'm doing. It's just like, we're still looking at damage, guys. Don't open your eyes yet. Motorhome used as a residence, just it's not going to be salvageable. Single wide mobile home. Nothing. Case area is about to go live for 6 a.m. I can't really show their content without copyright stuff, but of course, go ahead and watch it if you like. I guess if it's a meeting by like officials, I can show it. Is it gonna be on YouTube? Yeah, it's such a sad situation. Thank you for caring. Elsewhere, it's this is historic. We've never really, in living memory, had fires this bad since turn of the century 1800s, where it's been worse in the United States. The Great Chicago Fire happened on the same day as a wind event, red flag we'd call it today, in the late 1800s, as the forgotten instance that was worse on the other side of the Great Lakes. What was that called? The Peshtigo Fire? You can look it up on YouTube, and it's just horrendous. Many towns were wiped off the map, and there's more than 1,000 people that died because the telegraph lines got severed, and people didn't see the fire coming, and it wiped out the town of Peshtigo. And what we're seeing is fire tornadoes and such. Like, if you look at my stream on early August, I think it was the 3rd, night we lost Greenville, there were so many fire tornadoes just ripping through this camera live. It was absolutely insane. Jason says it's not a meeting, actually on-site fire video. I'm not sure if it will be on YouTube as I'm watching it on cable TV. Yeah, that's not what I want to show, and it's okay, guys. We're off the devastation. You can look again. Yeah, it's not even something I like to watch. The aftermath stuff. It's hard for me to watch, but it's incredibly hard for anybody involved to watch. A lot of people keep telling me, just tell me about the fire. I'm not looking. And so I have a lot of pressure to continuously talk because people think there's something wrong with the channel and tune out. The radio's not saying anything, and the radio is not saying anything right now. We're on El Dorado County Wildfire Ops. Smitty says, yeah, Peshtigo was one of the 5 fires going at the same time as the Great Chicago Fire. Yeah, it was. What we're experiencing is kind of like once in every 75-year kind of perfect storm event of wind conditions. Last year we definitely had it. Almost exactly the same time. It was started on Labor Day. What was that, the 6th of September? Oh yeah, Tracy says I was watching a video on the Chaparral fire the other day. Crikey, the fire tornadoes whipped up there. Yeah. So right here, guys, look it up if you want. Right here, where we're looking at the same fire, the Schaefer Mountain thing, this fire, coming over the ridge in 1989. It's called the Eagle Fire. I was reading a little bit about the incident report. IWI, incident within an incident, is code for firefighters getting hurt. And I'm not going to show it. I did it a while ago as a wake-up call to help people understand they need to evacuate. You see this spot right here, the 395? Google it. It happened right around here. Literally, like and drawing an area where it happened. Fire crews were there at 395, but there's a special crazy amount of wind where it's unpredictable and weird as it comes over the Sierras and reaches the high desert. It's not quite Nevada, but Nevada's not far away. See how that wind is swirling over the top and it's just weird? So a fire whirl slash devil, not a true tornado because it would have picked up their fire engines and tossed it, I'm sure, came over the ridge, and the fire came over the ridge. They were trying to hold this highway, and that whirlwind swept over the fire crews, resulting in the severe burn injuries of 4 firefighters. It's horrific and unreal. That's why I don't show it. But if you wanted to see that, I use that as a reality check wake-up call, because people are like, I could stand in front of this, in front of my garden hose. No. When it may not be quite an F1 tornado, but it's kind of near it with wind speeds, full of flame, and it comes at your building, you're not going to be able to defend your home. It's not a good idea. Firefighters couldn't even get out of the way fast enough. So it's called Eagle Fire 1989 Fire Tornado, or whatever the video is called. That's how treacherous and bad. That's why I've been up all night seeing this and knowing what can happen in this same exact spot. That made me absolutely, well, losing my mind with anxiety. The fire passed 89 over at Christmas Valley. Not 1989, but Highway 89 now. It's starting to lay down as it goes uphill. A lot less activity. Way more manageable. Yep, we dodged a bullet, Jason. Dynamite says, gotta love the 1960s aluminum siding, the new metal roof installed 2017. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, Dynamite, that's what some of what I teach here is how to build a defensible space. Because I had the privilege of knowing, some firefighters growing up. My dad buys rural property in those foothills, and as a kid, one of the first things we realized, Dad was smart, that we were extremely vulnerable at the end of a dead-end road on a hill, well, in the foothills of California. And so what we did is invite to a barbecue the local volunteer fire department. And they love that when you do it. Everybody should do it anyway. Just give them hot dogs and steak and vegan weenies or whatever they need. And then you say, how can I make my place defensible? And they'll tell you. A lot of it's pretty simple. Like in the mountains, you can replace your wooden shutters that you have to have on all windows, otherwise the snow breaks your windows. Replace that with iron. It's pretty good. A lot of real simple stuff. Don't have a wooden deck. Have paver stones. Gravel around the structure. No overhanging trees and branches. And the usual stuff, but there's a lot of little things like you wouldn't think, but the embers have a way of swirling up underneath the roof and getting in the little vents and into the attic. And so one of the things you can do is make sure you have a really fine screen in there, Air fire survivor, yep, Dana, yep. Hello, the French, hi Xavier. Jay Connor says, with lower temps, 40 degrees in the morning in South Lake Tahoe, it takes more energy for the fire to burn and spread. Yeah, heat's part of that fire triangle. But getting the smoke blanket, that's really what helped. The wind dying down for the smoke blanket. No porch, no deck, no rain gutters. Our windows didn't even pop. Awesome. And if you're going to have gutters, they can collect the needles, which sucks. And then the embers land on your roof and whoosh. I'm wondering if gutter guards at least would be effective. Or essential. Jason says the fire is so hot at 40 degrees ambient temperature has no impact on the growth of fire in these dry conditions. It has a little bit. The experts have been saying it has a little bit. There is a difference between 40 degrees at night and 103 degrees during the day. Yep, it's time for me to go get some sleep. Hey, Husker. Seems like everyone in my neighborhood in Iowa was building storm and bomb shelters. Yep, not a bad idea. Maybe we should dust out those old plans for atomic bomb shelters. Maybe they'll make a comeback. I mean, they had all kinds of filtration systems so that you didn't breathe in radioactive air impregnated with radioactive particles. You would think that would be useful. Okay. Do we have enough mods?
We're going to head to ground support to get 64. We have to do a radio cloning this morning.
Should I leave chat on? Hey, Dan. Should I leave chat on? Do you guys feel like you can be around enough? I'm turning on 35-second slow mode. Budgie says I'm lurking and watching and while gaming. Yeah. Yeah, it's about time for me to sleep. We got through the red flag days. Now it's time for me to chill as much as possible. I need to eat more food. Be right back. I can't really go to sleep hungry, but it's not going to work. I'm one of those constant snackers. If you guys are wondering why I'm always going to get more food, I just can't eat too much at once. I have some bites. Wait 30 minutes. I have some bites. Be right back. you know what I have? I just realized, like a good snack, I have that Smart Food popcorn, but the hot version of it. Have you guys tried it? It is really stingy, like it's kind of hot. It really is kind of hot. And it makes your fingertips orange like Cheetos. But it's worth the pain. It's so tasty. Now, I'm a spice wuss. I truly am a spice wuss. Like, I cannot add, like, even mild Taco Bell sauce to a taco. Like, that just doesn't happen. But this stuff, flaming hot white cheddar, we don't even know what the secret is. I mean, you look, it's gluten-free, I think. Look at the ingredients, this is natural flavors. Arg, okay. So we don't know. But boy, is this stuff good. It has a Romano cheese flavor. Isn't that always a little... Does that have jalapenos? I don't know. It's GMO? Ah, who cares? I need it. You don't understand, I need it. Addiction. Full-blown addiction. Okay. Isn't that what addicts say? They're like, I can quit when I want. It's good for me. Okay, let's go back. Alright. I'm just being flippant. I know. I was hoping they'd talk by now on the radio so I didn't have to. Alas. If they're not talking because it's a quiet night and a quiet morning, really, that's all we could hope for. And we got it. You know what? I'm feeling good about going to sleep now. I'm finally starting to get less anxious. It's making me feel pretty good. Food engineers love our addictions. Yes, yes they do. Yes they do. It has worked. Bonnie? Oh, hey, Bonnie. Budgie says, yeah, it's been rough to watch, so helpless from here. Yeah. I know. Really, Tracy says, been watching since the night of Greenville, still in shock. I know. Yeah. Smitty says, leave chat on. Bonnie here has come for the relief shed. Thank you, Smitty. You're a trooper. Thank you so much, my mods. You can help. Yay. Hi. I'm still not quite ready because I'm still hungry. Part of being stressed out about this is I totally forget to eat and then realize I'm starving. And I make up for it later. No, it was not a bad night. It was a miracle. See, do you see my text? Midnight miracle again? Yay. Yay. Oh, you're near Nottingham? Oh, that's cool. I've been to London. I love that movie Snatch. London? London. Do you mean London in England? Yes. You know, bad food, worse weather, merry, bloody Poppins, London. But, it's true. I couldn't find good food in the whole general region. finally I was saved from starvation when I found an Indian place. And the Indians were like, we make good food. I'm like, thank God. I found something edible. Budgie says, I grew up in London and moved away. Ah!
Looking like it's all up here by the trap. Maybe directly at that parking lot by the Carlson here. 550.
Oh, man, my heart. We're out of red flag. I was trying to say is that so anyway, well, what was I saying? Well, you grew up in London, moved away in my 20s, never went back, and moved away a lot. So you have a special accent? Midnight Miracle, yes, yes. Hey, Gail, yeah. So here's the thing, it's not out of the woods, of course, but the Dixie tried to eat Herlong. Even Doyle's on evacuation watch. It's not going to be a good day, but ran right up to the hills. They were able to kind of keep it from spotting over. Look at this craziness. Look at the swirling winds. Like a dolphin. Just like, what? Oh, that's right. The 7 a.m. meeting for the Caldor thing. Yeah. Morning. Yeah. Going back up. Interesting challenge. What can you do for the UK? Yeah. Yep. Expressing that support is so important. It's a lot of the people going through this, they start giving in to depression and despair partially because it feels like nobody cares. Like, I went to the store the other night for the first time in like 2 weeks. And the checkout clerk is like, how are you? And I'm like, well, I run this Firestream thing. Oh, yeah, you told me about that. How's it going? And I said, what do you mean, how's it going? South Lake Tahoe might be gone by tomorrow. The fire's approaching it. And she goes, oh, that's sad. It'll be $17. And I'm like, I just looked around and like people are just going about their stuff. With barely any awareness that some of the biggest disasters of the century are unfolding. They're not going to realize how bad this is till they see a documentary about it. Like this was yesterday. This freight train going straight towards Herlong and Milford. Completely out of control. And they have a new heli base in Truckee. Good, good. I think the reason they did that is they congested too much of their airspace. We heard them time and time again saying, here I am on the helipad at Placerville. Can I come over this way? And they're like, God, we don't have air. No. Stand by. Trying to avoid mid-air collisions. So if they are spread out to different areas, that'll be really helpful. But yeah, most people are not going to realize how bad this was till like a few years later. Some good documentaries come out. And they go, oh. Chris says, yeah. Valerie Klein, even if a house miraculously survives, you'll have to live with stinky ash and blackened trees a while and much cleanup. Yeah. Yeah. So what somebody was saying is, why are they going to try to save all these rich ski resorts? Why don't they focus on the houses instead? It was only like it was a bitter comment. I have to point out, communities survive because there's jobs there. I study ghost towns, not paranormal, but where towns die and people leave them and either never come back or don't come back for a long time. People don't live where it's nice. People don't live where it's beautiful. People live where there's employment. If you have a town where the homes survive and all the major businesses do not, and they don't rebuild, people leave the town and abandon the homes. It becomes a ghost town. You have to save the critical infrastructure and the businesses. It's just as important. I mean, there's plenty of towns where I can give examples where that happened. So, you can rebuild a town. You can rebuild a neighborhood too. But usually, if most of the businesses are gone, people do not rebuild. They go move out elsewhere. They can, but they decide not to. Dan Daly, amateurs discuss strategy, professionals discuss logistics. True, good quote. That wasn't a Patton quote, was it? Or was it Rommel? Actually, Rommel wasn't as good at logistics. I think that may have been where he went wrong. Yep, it's an economic-driven issue, yeah. Budgie says it's like anything. People are oblivious if you don't tell them. It's not covered on the news and not great news. They'll talk about whatever the new handbag the latest celebrity has. But no. The thing is that the media loves a good disaster. I have no idea why they're not here. Cats one. Anybody know how much a firefighter makes? A lot less in the wilderness than the ones in the cities do. And that's why it's part of the crisis here of not having enough manpower. Is if you're a wildland firefighter, most of them don't get paid at all. They're mostly volunteers. Mostly all loggers are volunteers. Many of the almost every logger is a volunteer firefighter because it's so important to not have the forest burn down. And the smaller firehouses in rural areas are almost always volunteer. They will get paid sometimes, but it's very sketchy. And usually they're on food stamps. The federal and state wildland firefighters are mostly paid so little they're on food stamps. And so there hasn't been a lot of incentive to sign up. But the new infrastructure bill will make it a good paying job, at least on the federal level. So people are racing to sign up for that. Yeah, I can't stand celebrity crap either. Yeah, that's true. There's a huge bias to East Coast news. The capital is there and things like New York, but California is the most populated state. Most Americans are Californians or living in California. But it's so weird how California gets ignored, like during presidential elections, because of the way the electoral college crap works and the primaries. They make it so really stupidly. It's a stupid thing that, a stupid process that these little states are chosen, and they have a disproportionate say in who becomes the presidential candidates, and California and the West are just not involved in that. There's these back east little states, and all the politicians run around places like New Hampshire and stuff. I'm not saying New Hampshire's not important, but and like Florida, and they completely ignore California. And like nobody comes to Oregon to say anything. The last important person that came to Oregon was, I think, JFK and then RFK. RFK was in Portland right before he got shot the next day in LA. But I haven't really heard of any presidential candidate like even coming to Portland in an extremely long time. Or Seattle. Or like Idaho. Nevada. All this is ignored out here, even though California is the most populated state. And there's a lot of electoral votes from California, but it's not considered vital. It's just the weirdest thing. We don't have a popular vote. We got shenanigans. But here's the thing, though. If it wasn't that way, they'd only go to California and New York, the two most populated places. Those would be the only two states that were ever considered by politicians, you know. You're right. Rob Langsdorff, the media has been covering these fires about the way they always do. A few pictures of flames and nothing to tell what's really going on. Yep. You know, New York Times, they're one of the few that have given, like, the PG&E disaster, PG&E scandal, the mega fires out here, any real attention, like, to say what's going on. I even met a documentary film crew in Paradise in the aftermath. These guys were from England, and they were so damn clueless. I first wanted to help work with them and give them some of my audio from like the Broadcastify. They didn't even know it existed. They didn't know that you could make a request to get the 911 calls. I said, yeah, that's what you can do. They're generally released eventually to the public. The ones that are not horrible. And, because they were they were going around the town interviewing people and taking these pictures of the rubble. And so I'm talking to them, and they said, you know what's so sad here? We keep at the end of our interviews asking, so do you believe in global warming now? Now a lot of them are saying, what? It's like they don't even get it. And I said, wait, you're doing what? You're asking the fire victims that question at the end of the interview when they're telling you about how their neighbors died or their family died or they barely made it out alive and they lost their home, and you're asking them at the end of the interview? Yeah, because clearly that's what went on here. No, it was the Diablo winds and a power company that started the fire that plays with people's lives. What's Diablo winds? He said. I said, you know, the hurricane force winds that come out of the Nevada desert every single winter and have been doing so probably for a couple thousand years because it's geography. We have these winds every year, and the winds are so fierce that usually open flame is blown out. Even if you try to light a fire with a match, It's like holding a match in front of a fan. It would just be blown out. And one of the very, very few ways you could start a fire in these conditions is, have the power company fail to shut off the power when they detect a surge in their lines. Because they have 94-year-old equipment that they didn't maintain that failed and began dripping molten metal into vegetation underneath their lines, which they legally were obligated to, trim back, but they didn't. And then the fire crew arriving really quickly couldn't access it because they had let trees grow in the fire access road for many years. That? The Diablo winds, they happen every single year. And the reason why we didn't have these fires in the previous years is, well, the power lines were newer and they were maintained back then. What's Diablo winds again? Goes like this. It's geography, not related to climate change because they're always there. Every October, November, December, and January, the jet stream changes and pushes at high velocity a whole bunch of winds that come up over the Sierras like a roller coaster and plunge down them. And when they go through canyons like the Feather River Canyon, they can reach speeds clocked up to 101 miles an hour. So that's the way they work. It's geography. No matter what we did with climate change, this would not change. The mountains are there, the desert's there, the jet stream's there. That's how it works. He goes, you know what? That's a good theory. I said, theory? Theory? Like, he goes, but you know what? We're going to make the documentary about how this was caused by climate change. I said, you're taunting the victims. You're blaming the victims. And you're humiliating them by trying to say that they are unaware that they're... I basically said, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. But that's what the rest of the world thinks. That this really, I mean, you could tell climate change is happening. You could tell. It's like a no-duh thing. But blaming the victims and taunting them like that and making it about that and not the power company that basically killed my friend and nearly killed my brother, it's just, I can't stand it. He didn't even think he was doing anything rude or wrong. It's just like, whoa. I was hoping I could reach him because there's plenty of examples of how, that's going on. The Paradise Fire was not one of them. That's why I don't allow people to do it here. We had a whole bunch of people trample in here and say, so you guys believe in global warming now? And like, what the hell are you doing? This is not the victim's fault. What the hell are you doing? And if somebody's house had burned down, you walked up to somebody and said, oh, you had an electrical fire. Do you believe in circuit breakers now? What kind of a jerk are you? I can't believe nobody beat the living crap out of them in Paradise, honestly. Yeah. Well, that's not it either. I don't allow people to say that PGE wasted money on green energy and therefore they didn't have any money to do maintenance on their lines. That's complete BS. They had a lot of extra money. It was called profit for shareholders. doing a little bit of green energy investment is they call it in politics a tap dance. It's when you say, hey, we're totally green, but they're not, you know. It's a showboat. You have to look about, were they really investing in the green? No. Not significantly. And that's why we've got to keep it to the facts. There's so much rumor mill crap. That's just propaganda to be anti, environmentalist stuff. No propaganda. I don't allow it from the left or the right, just the facts. Yeah, ABC 10 has our back. They're the ones doing real investigative journalism. I have so much praise for them. Yeah, Dynamite east winds are well documented in the 1800s to 1890s by merchant ships. Read the book 2 Years Before the Mast by Richard Henry Dana. Cool. Yeah. You're right, Budgie. Empathy and perspective. He's going for what sells. The wrong kind of person to do a documentary. I felt like the longer I had that conversation with that gentleman that he didn't give a damn. That he was there to be on the gravy train of just going along with what the public already just believes. I told him, if you want to make a climate change documentary, man, go to the Arctic. Talk to the Inuit and the fact that the water is inundating their villages. It's the Arctic and the Antarctic that are experiencing it the most. And the middle of the planet is not nearly as affected. There's the Himalayas, the disappearing glaciers. And I was like, there's plenty of good examples. This isn't one of them. It's about corruption. And the more I talked to him, he just seemed exploitive. And so took down his information and all he wanted was this. This is one of the things that made me feel sick inside. Could you please provide me with whatever 911 calls you have? What? So I understand you took, that you recorded a lot of this Broadcastify thing. What's Broadcastify? Does it have a lot of he was like, does it have a lot of drama? And I started just getting a sicker and sicker feeling. And I was like, well, I'll talk to you later. I never did see if they finished it. I don't know that I want to know. It would probably just make me quite upset. But there's types, that do this. The people that want to show the destruction and people crying in interviews. When I interview like World War II vets, I don't want them to tear up. I don't want them to cry recalling what happened. That is not at all what I want to do. If it's more boring, great. Great. Sounds good. Going back up here. I want to know how the Caldor fire insurance Caldor fire started. My fire insurance was canceled 3 years ago. The mortgage company took it over and it's only hazard insured. None of my antiques or things are covered. Ooh, John. Oh, man. I want to know too. They're being so tight-lipped about it. I'm starting to wonder. somebody asked me, do I think it was PG&E, and I just shrugged, because usually they explain pretty right away. If their equipment may have been involved, they did it immediately. For the Dixie and the Fly, they did that pretty immediately. In other situations, they got up on the podium and said, well, with the campfire, hey, our equipment. I'm gonna do this time lapse again. It's just, this is why I was up all night, just worried. So they didn't explain the French fire, right? Finally, they came up last week and said, it is of suspicious origin. If you know anything, please contact Kern County Sheriff's Office. Whoa. And the French fire impacted that area pretty gravely. We still have Woodford Heights, just barely. The heroic efforts to save that area still took loss. But I wanted to let people know that that suspicious origin doesn't necessarily mean somebody tried to start a big wildfire. Suspicious could be an ordinary crime, like trying to steal a catalytic converter and throwing sparks in the grass. There's a lot of that. It could be an illegal growing operation in a basement and trying to steal the neighbor's power and failing at that. Could be anything. But the thing that bothers me about the fires is they'll do an investigation and not tell us for more than a year what the heck started them. And here's why the public is so ignorant about some of these fires is, even if it is something like a power company, like even in Southern California, the Edison one, and they said pretty early, actually it was like 2 weeks into the Bobcat fire maybe, or a week and a half later, they said that it could have been Edison's equipment. Well, where's that report? It's a year later. Where is that report? What really happened? Was it that equipment? What about the glass fire? Where's the official report? I can't comment on what caused it unless I'm reading from a report, or I could get into legal trouble, of course. Now, they suspected that it was some sort of an electric fence that had a surge through it. But the strange thing about the glass fire was almost at the same time there's a secondary start area. Speculated that it possibly could have been an ember from what they thought was a contained LNU complex on the other side of the ridge. Could have been a long-range spot. They think the second part of the blast fire was a long-range spot from the first. But here's the problem with the media, is they'll say, here's a fire. They'll wait for the official report because they don't want to get sued. You have to be extremely careful on their speculations on what caused it. So to be on the safe side, the media won't even mention that. They will wait for the official report, which could be a year and a half later, to come out. And then they'll just mention it casually for like 30 seconds in between other news. And the official report came out about the glass fire a year and a half ago. It was started by X. Investigators have concluded. Kim Kardashian also did something today, and that's the way it goes. So the public is unaware of the fact that a power company like PG&E has been known to start more than 4 large fires in a single night of red flag with their equipment failing. As I think it was the New York Times was explaining. they started a fire on average once a day. They started more than 2,500 fires, according to the New York Times, since 2014. That's an average of one a day. Other companies don't do that. But the public doesn't get it because the media will say a fire started and then about a year and a half later explain, oh, by a power company. The public doesn't connect it. But I'm really frustrated with why does it take so long to tell the public what started them? Does it really take a year and a half to look to do an investigation like that? Oh no, Jason. There's been a lot of insurance shenanigans that maybe you're not aware of. So here I have a good source, living by Oroville. Okay. As a fire was racing towards Oroville last year and getting up on the same street as this person I know, they get a letter saying your fire insurance has been canceled. And they've been canceling stuff right as fires have started. In some instances, they've been using a lot of weaselly tactics to try to get out of paying victims. And I can't name the companies because I'd have to be extremely careful. Extremely careful with that. Which, Dan, lookout? Okay, Dan. The Lookout is a web page that I could show my viewers. It's usually considered, well, it's okay. I'm not too worried about it. Usually people don't tell people in a YouTube channel to go check out some other YouTube channel. Because then you lose the viewers on that one channel. But in this case, I don't care about viewership. But it's just kind of a politeness thing, but it's okay. If it's something that I can show you, I could go to the lookout.org and show you Zeke's thing. But yeah, it's been unfair. Some of these companies are doing that, but I can't say that it's on purpose or make a comment. I've asked people who have had this issue happen to email me so I can investigate it for myself a little. But you're asking the question, you can't really blame an insurance company for not wanting to insure a home sitting in a tinderbox. The entire state is one. And it's been really weaselly, that's all I gotta say, by some of these companies. Let's see. So if Zeke has lookout.org, .3 p.m. video update. This video takes viewers on a virtual map-based tour at the east end of the Caldor fire, showing heat mapping around Echo Summit, Myers, and such. Neat. An area that was shown within the yellow fire perimeter of Christmas Valley has been confirmed by a subsequent flight to not be in the burn area. Oh, okay. Neat. Now, in the description of this video is a link to Zieglander. If not, and here you guys go. That's the link. You can look at it on his website. And it's embedded as a video. Pretty cool. Now he is, just like Daniel Kern, one of the guys who has called the shots and called it correct. And like a prophet, you know. Like, just common sense. This is what fire can do. This is the fuels on the ground. This is a drought situation. Here's a reduced manpower. Therefore, this is what could potentially occur. And I've gotten a lot of good information from him and showed it on the stream. Definitely go give him a cookie and donations. He's helping to fire educate me, just like Holt Hanley. And it's really good. He knows his stuff. He can be pretty opinionated, like with passions, but guess what? I am too. Let's go and look at current Schaefer Mountain. Well, we're now in dawn mode and back to being blind in the smoke. Going back to here's the Heavenly. Bradley. Bob Fraser says, why of all the legacy media is ABC 10 telling the truth? Well, so's the New York Times. There's a couple others. Wonder about that. Probably due to proximity to paradise. Probably. It's probably, it could be they're personally affected like I am. I mean, if you're personally affected, your own family members go missing. You know, it does make you want to tell the truth about the situation. It's infuriating when the public believes something else. And that allows the company to get away with things. So, but thanks, C. Johnson. Bradley Skywatcher Lynn. A homeowner said campers and tweakers. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is we don't do the rumor mill. We have to figure out. We have to talk about what's just verifiable because there's a great responsibility we have to not promote vigilantism or infuriate people or make them feel pressured or make them feel bad. Say the Caldor ends up being a straight up car accident thing. A child knocking over something. You know, just a straight up accident. Would we want to have started a rumor that somebody did it by being totally irresponsible or like on purpose? And made people feel all super mad and angry? The idea is to be calming, reassuring, hopefully supportive. I can tell you in every disaster situation, the rumor goes around that somebody did it from carelessness. One of the best examples is Mrs. O'Leary's cow kicked over a lantern and started the Great Chicago Fire. Well, looking into that a little bit, that was an example of anti-Irish kind of racism. Mrs. O'Leary, get it? Let's blame the Irish for stuff. That was a huge scapegoating thing. And it's a myth believed to this dang day. But guess what? Nobody milks a cow in the middle of the night. When the fire started, and it wasn't even near her place. I mean, did Mrs. O'Leary's cow also take a boat over to Peshtigo and start that too? We try to go with verifiable only. Not the I heard it. Well, that's okay, but we're not going to hear it here. I'm not going to be the source of rumor spreading. As a source of pride here, I think there's too much of it. The anti-Irish sentiment was really brutal. They were blamed for causing that disaster. We may never know exactly what the heck happened. But I hope you understand. I mean, wanting to share information is innocent, but we just have to be super careful. In Algiers, about a week and a half ago, they had a major fire, and a guy wanting to help showed up and started trying to help fight the fires. Somebody took a picture of him, I hear, and said, I saw him start this fire, and descending upon him was a mob, and they nearly beat him to death, and then they put a spare tire around his neck and lit it on fire and killed him. And that's the power of rumor spreading. Let's see here. So how did the Chicago fire actually start? I don't know that anybody knows. But people repeat the parroted thing, you know. The extreme long-range spotting is a possibility from the other multitudes of fires that were in the area, because it was like the insane, worse than red flag conditions. But Catherine O'Leary denied that she ever did anything like milk a cow in the middle of the night. The other fires in the area, there were just many of them. The Great Chicago Fire just completely obliterated some other towns like Vestigo. I mean, Chicago's the windy city, and they had a crazy wind event, hot, dry. They were doing a lot of slash and burn type agriculture, clearing land and scooping the piles together to burn them. And that's something that's important today in logging. You will get crazy diseases spread if you fell trees and don't scoop up the slash into piles and burn it. The fungus and stuff on that was attacking trees will run wild because the living trees fight it with their immune systems and sap and stuff. And then you have their dead leaves and stuff hit the forest floor and blow around and spread diseases. And when they were doing it for agriculture, that was fertilizing the land. There was a lot of that all over the landscape at the time of these fires. With Chicago's wind, they had extreme long-range spotting, like 15-mile spotting. And it's just the kind of conditions where any little ignition will just rage out of control. And so when this barn goes up, immediately the rumor is like, oh, it was a cow and she was doing it. But the true cause was never determined. But you know, in cities, they had a lot of stove cooking at the time. It could have been an ember coming out of a stove nearby and just hitting, just almost 100% ignition chance. Could have been long-range spotting from, like I said, agriculture. Just back then, Chicago was pretty wooden. October 8th, in or around a barn located on the property of Patrick and Kathryn O'Leary on the southwest side of the city. Left more than 100,000 people homeless, 300 people died, destroyed more than 17,000 structures. Damages estimated over $200 million in the money of the day. But at the same day, Peshtigo was burning down with more than 1,000 people dead. But people remember Chicago, but not the Peshtigo. But it obliterated about 4 miles long and almost a mile wide of Chicago. Including the business district, but it's just one of the mega disasters. Yeah, Kristen says so many burn piles were on the sides of the highways before Christmas Valley. Sadly, Christmas Valley has a pretty clear ground level clearing. Maybe why they were miraculously spared the worst. You know, I mean, it is the fact that it hit it at night. If you never want, of course, a fire to approach your community. But if it's going to, you want it to happen at night. And fire crews feel comfortable enough that there's, less fire activity at night in general, of course, than a red flag day. Lulls in the winds. They'll feel like maybe they can go direct and quickly put out spots. The fact that it's in a narrow, kind of a canyon thing, the main fire can go over the top of your head, and you just have to deal with some of it raining down a little bit. If it had happened during red flag day during the day, I think we would have lost it, just period. That was October, Rob. You burn slash in the winter months when it's wet. Yeah, and spring. Yeah, Smitty was saying she was investigated by a Chicago constable and the bailiff. She put out a fire in a boarding house and didn't have a cow. Agnes O'Leary was a heroine. Yeah, but she gets blamed. I didn't realize that part, Smitty. Going back to, the thing is, the entire state is a danger zone. We're starting to wake up to that. Even the wet, sopping wet Cascades of Oregon lost more than, 9 towns in a 24-hour period. When you have these red flag conditions and these crazy wind events, there isn't a non-fire area to live in. I mean, the capital of Oregon was almost obliterated last year. People go, what? Yeah, dude, do you know the Beachy Creek fire? The one that I had to go evacuate my family and friends from. Last year I took my headset off and said, guys, I gotta go evacuate my family, and I left the keyboard and I got in front of the Beachy Creek fire. This one, it reached for Salem. This was explosive. It erased like 9 towns off the map. Detroit Lake, a major town, Mill City, Lyons, Gates. It ran for Staten and Sublimity. It was raining ashes all over Staten and Sublimity. They evacuated this. When I say they evacuated this, not just the people, the fire crews. ran for their lives from state and sublimity. This is not a 100% accurate map because it did spot and start fires over here. It was just they were put out and it's not showing, it's not part of the main fire. This is the main fire is what's in these perimeter maps. They also lost Jawbone Flats tragically, and fatalities were there. And this smaller town, which I always forget what it's called. And this was live on the channel. We're like, oh my God. You know, watching this. And what was this town's name? Elkhorn. So what happened with the Beachy is it merged with another fire too. And then meanwhile the Riverside's going on at the same time, trying to eat towns, nearly eating up Estacada. But it merges with, gosh, what was this one's called? This is the Lion's Head, right? The Lion's Head went reaching for, when I say this is the Lion's Head, this is what I was covering last year at first. The Beachy Creek, the Lion's Head, and the Riverside were all going at once. They started to put Portland on evacuation notice, southeast Portland. Okay, this almost ate the capital. The fire was just roaring for state and sublimity. If it had been pushed by those winds a couple more days, Salem would have been destroyed. Silverton almost was. It got so close to places like Woodburn, it's not even funny. Canby, Aurora. The hot ash was raining all over here as I was trying to evacuate friends and family. The sky was blood red and orange. These are not completely accurate perimeters because smaller ones were breaking out that are not shown by Malala and stuff. Some from spotting and some from other causes. But at the same time, the Holiday Farm fire, see how it all says 2020, was going and trying to eat Eugene. At almost every single population center of Oregon was very close to becoming obliterated. At the same time, what's going on? Roseburg, Archie Creek fires coming this way. Trying to eat Roseburg. These are all of Oregon's population centers. Medford was almost destroyed. Was surrounded by fire almost 360. Talent and Phoenix get erased off the map with the Alameda Drive fire. At the same time with Medford, over here, here's 2020 as well. This was the Obachan fire. This was all going at the exact same time. Some of my viewers were talking about over here. This is the 2020, the Devil. There's too many fires stacked up from too many different points in time. Wish I could just say 2020 and flip a switch. This was all 2020. Here. It was absolute insanity. And then the Zog fire, the glass fire, the LNU complex, the August, the Bear / North complex. All this was going on at the same exact time. And you know what the media did? They barely covered it. I jump on here because guess what? All of the major population centers are at threat of being erased. And the media in the morning news said, and meanwhile, the Beachy Creek, this and that fire getting bigger. You know, on snow days, they have this scrolling text that looks like this. It looks like that. you know. Talks about which schools are closed. Here's thousands of people scrambling, trying to figure out where do they go, what do they do, where do they evacuate to, where are the fires. They didn't even have that scrolling as they went to Law and Order and reruns of Matlock for the daytime programming. And I went, what the hell? So I got on the channel and began what I'm doing. And just can't believe it. Evacuations, warnings from Milwaukee and southwest Portland. And absolute insanity. Oh, Three Winters. Just watching the Dixie morning update, they're still concerned. Oh, you guys didn't tell me that was starting. Guys, you should have told me it was 7 o'clock. Let's go watch it. That's something I can show you guys. What was it? Incident management team. And KCRA, you guys, all right.
Type 2s and 6 Type 3s. We have one UAS module to assist at night. We have one mobile retardant base, and we have 2 helibases. Air-to-ground command is for divisions and above. We want you to monitor that, and air-to-ground TAC is for everyone else. If you're in the east zone, the Milford Group South on 395 have air-to-ground command east and air-to-ground TAC east, and that's in your 205. Make it a safe shift.
Communications.
Good morning, John Aguilar, Communications. For today, September 2nd, 2021, there is no new radio clone today. If you have been cloned recently, you do not need to get re-cloned today. The last clone was August 25th. If you're new to the incident, please come by Communications this morning and get cloned. For the 205s will be in the west zone at page 41 and 42. The east zone will be page 43. If you look at the 205 on page 41, you'll notice that there's 2 command nets that are unassigned, C47 and C57. Those are still in your 205, they're still in your radio clone. Those will be repurposed later on in the next couple days, but they're still in there, they're not being used. For Butte fire suppression repair, use Butte command in that area. If you have any questions or concerns, come see us in Communications. We're back next to the mill building. Thank you.
Medical.
Good morning, Race Wickless, Medical Unit Leader. Today your 206 can be found on page 45 in your IEP. For just a reminder for in-camp medical needs and supplies, CalMat's located to your left and MERT is located behind the mill. We'll have Fireline medics in branch 13 and 16 today. REMS module will be staged up in branch 13 as well. And your ambulance staging locations can be found in box 6. If you go down to box 8 of your 206, you'll have the line emergency procedures. Make sure to pick up a quick reference guide located back where you got your IEPs this morning. Thank you. Have a safe shift.
Safety.
Good morning, Clint Hamilton, Team 1 Safety. We can't do this without everybody, right? Whether you're in camp, whether you're out on the line. So help us maintain what we have as far as resources. Continue with good hygiene, good COVID-19 safe practices. Page 46 in the IEP, you can reference it. Also, on shift and off shift, maintain good hydration and good night nutrition. It's important that we keep maintaining what we have. So keep up what you're doing, and we appreciate it. Thanks.
Information.
Good morning, Emily Smith, Public Information, Cal Fire Incident Management Team 1. If you'd like to join me on page 54, I have some updated numbers for you. The Dixie incident is currently at 859,457 acres at 55% containment, and there are 4,039 personnel assigned. On this page, you'll find the social media policy for CAL FIRE as well as the federal social media policy. Please continue to adhere to both of those. If you'd like to post something to your page or share any video or pictures, please come by the PIO shop first so we can vet those. Also, for lost and found in mail, those items are located at the trailer that's off Riverside Drive where you go and get fuel. So if you're looking for something...
Oh, I didn't realize I could rewind it. Let's watch it from the beginning, and then we will buzz past the roll calls and stuff. Usually live, you can't rewind.
This is the operational briefing for the west zone of the Dixie incident for September 2nd, 2021. If I get everybody to turn your phones down, take any sidebar conversations out of the briefing area, I'd appreciate it. Starting with night ops incident update.
Good morning, Magnus, Incident Management Team 1, Night Operations. Branch 9 continues to be in good shape, and actually in Juliet and Kilo and Lima, they'll probably be pulling some hose. There is some interior stuff that's showing itself, but it's well interior, no issues. In the Branch 13, everything stayed pretty much in check for them in there. They've got a plan to work into that up around Raker Peak. Division Papa still stayed up on Prospect, not any problems in there. As we move over into the Lassen sector in Branch 16, they did have a big push yesterday near 146 out through the Crowns, and then it settled out, but they kept it close to the Westwood Hall Road through there. Sierra, they're working real hard in there against Silver Lake, keeping that in check, going direct on all of that. As you slide down through Tango, it was quiet. Westwood sector calls of service. As we come around to the Janesville branch, as everybody can see out there this morning, right there on the escarpment, it's trying to make a push out there towards the Hurlong Junction. It's up on the top end of Otis Canyon currently, and so that's where our focus is today in the report.
Management objectives have not changed for today, but our control objectives have. So keep the fire north of Highway 70, keep the fire south of Harvey Valley Road, keep the fire east of Ponderosa Way and within established control lines, and keep the fire west of the eastern Lassen County line while ensuring infrastructure defense in the communities of Janesville, Milford, and Hurlong. Weather.
Good morning, Derek Williams, incident meteorologist. So again, we'll have that west-southwest wind develop this afternoon, and wind speeds have been coming down the last couple of days. So today, I expect just a little bit lighter winds. Up in Branch 13 and Branch 16, winds will be primarily out of the west this afternoon. 10, maybe gusts to 15 miles an hour, so a fairly light typical wind up there. Closer to the Milford group and Junction group, we'll have that west-southwest wind develop again with gusts close to 25 on the plateau, and so pretty windy up there again today, but it's still coming down. We had gusts to 30 miles an hour in that area yesterday. So gradual reduction of winds the past few days. It will remain extremely dry despite temperatures being 2 to 3 degrees cooler. The only thing that will do will, instead of a 7% RH this afternoon, it might be 10%. Not much improvement there. Still some active burning overnight, especially further south with the RH recoveries in the 20 to 30% range. So still some poor mid-slope recoveries during the nighttime hours. As we get into tonight, we do have somewhat of a change, and you might want to note this in the forecast IAP, that we do have a weak frontal boundary that will come in from the north late tonight and into tomorrow morning. What that will do is that'll switch winds around to the northeast late tonight, and then by morning you'll have an east-southeast winds across much of the fire area. 4 to 7 miles an hour is about all you're going to get. We've seen this before, but it really just most of the times you don't even notice it. So it'll be on the ridge tops, and it won't be a significant wind event. So we get into tomorrow, that east-southwest wind will kind of battle the southwest winds that we have typical each day, and about the result of that will be terrain-driven winds tomorrow. Very light winds tomorrow, especially in the afternoon hours. And as we get in the next few days, it's still dry, but we do have a chance of rain coming up early next week. Thanks. Have a safe shift.
Fire behavior.
Wait. Sorry. Is anybody else a little confused by that? I'm sorry, I gotta go back and look. That's the thing about these meetings is they're super fast. They're not for the public. They're an overview for the teams before they go out on their morning shift. I mean, the fact that they make this available to the public is cool, but we gotta understand this, so.
Derek Williams, incident meteorologist. So again, we'll have that west-southwest wind develop this afternoon.
Okay, this afternoon, the west-southwest wind means it'll be pushing the fire north to the northeast. Okay.
And wind speeds have been coming down the last couple of days. So today, I expect just a little bit lighter winds. Up in branch 13 and branch 16, winds will be primarily out of the west this afternoon. 10, maybe gusts to 15 miles an hour. So a fairly light typical wind up there. Closer to the Milford group and Junction group.
This is where it's critically important for her long.
We'll have that west-southwest wind develop again with gusts close to 25 on the plateau.
Yikes. So west-southwest wind would push it towards Herlong to the east and to the northeast.
And so pretty windy up there again today, but it's still coming down. We had gusts to 30 miles an hour in that area yesterday. So.
And yesterday, the Dixie ran like a runaway freight train, completely out of control, raging like an inferno, and looking like a volcano.
A gradual reduction of winds the past few days. It will remain extremely dry, despite temperatures being 2 to 3 degrees cooler. The only thing that will do will, instead of a 7% RH this afternoon, it might be 10%.
Oh God. 7% relative humidity is like you walk outside and your lips crack and so do your knuckles, and they bleed. 9% still just critically horrible. Single-digit humidity is one of those, oh God, things on fires.
Not much improvement there. Still some active burning overnight, especially further south with the...
You could say so. Overnight, we saw that massive inferno.
RH recoveries in the 20 to 30% range. So still some poor mid-slope recoveries during the nighttime hours. As we get into tonight, we do have somewhat of a change, and you might want to note this in the forecast IAP, that we do have a weak frontal boundary that will come in from the north late tonight and into tomorrow morning. What that will do is that'll switch winds around to the northeast late tonight, and then by morning, you'll have an east-southeast winds across much of the fire area.
Okay, so the winds go up, then the winds go down. They will completely change direction from one to another. It'll blow south, it'll blow north.
4 to 7 miles an hour is about all you're going to get. We've seen this before, but it really just, most of the times you don't even notice it. So it'll be on the ridge tops, and it won't be a significant wind event. So we get into tomorrow, that east-southeast wind will kind of battle the southwest winds that we have typical each day. And
now I interpret that as not good at all. When winds coming from different directions and meet each other, guess what can happen? Same thing that causes tornadoes. Wind coming that way, wind coming that way. They don't just meet and say, hi, we'll go on separate ways. They go past each other and then, swirl. It's unstable, unpredictable. It sucks.
About the result of that will be terrain-driven winds tomorrow. Very light winds tomorrow, especially in the afternoon hours. And as we get in the next few days, it's still dry, but we do have a chance of rain coming up early next week. Thanks.
So it's forecast that, and he's dismissing it as being much of a factor because they're light winds. But what if they're stronger than predicted? Winds coming from different directions meeting each other could be a bad thing.
Have a safe shift.
Fire behavior.
We hope they won't be.
Good morning, Don Watt with Fire Behavior, Incident Management Team 1. So the big thing we're looking at...
Right, and what people are saying in the chat here, like Three Winters, doesn't seem like today's conditions are a whole lot calmer than a red flag day. Yeah. So red flag means low RH, relative humidity. Single digits are like, oh God. And then to trigger red flag, you also have to have high winds and extreme dryness. We don't have a red flag officially, but there's fire weather watch, which is like orange flag is the way I like to call that. But it's not very good.
It's looking really good up here. The winds are still going to be in your favor. As I was talking, you may see that shift, but it won't be strong. It won't really impact in that branch 13 area. Branch 16, you're still going to see that wind. We saw a little bit last night where the cold air comes down off the higher peaks and comes down to the valley. Once it gets to the valley, it really wants to settle out, and there's really no wind. So we'll see that push probably early evening tonight. It'll settle back down. You'll probably see that wind. You may have some runs, some spotting issues, but it should settle down once it hits the flats. So we're still going to see that spotting issue today throughout the afternoon with that west-southwest to west component up on top. The big thing to remember on the main part of this fire is as we've been here for a very long time, that overstory keeps falling down with the wind, and as it just starts naturally releasing off the trees, so you're starting to get a new ground fuel layer. So you're going to keep seeing that area smolder and burn. You may start seeing some activity pick up. It all should be very light, backing fire, very low intensity throughout this area. The big focus down here in that Janesville branch, where it's coming across, there's 3 canyons that want to line up with the wind today.
Oh God. Oh God. So winds aligning with canyons, like we keep pointing out, canyons are wind tunnels. So when they say this is a canyon, right? If the wind's across it, okay. If this is a canyon and the wind is with it, oh, maximum fire spread, because you have maximum wind speeds. A canyon is like sticking your thumb in a garden hose. It narrows the wind and increases its acceleration. So you don't want canyons and ridges aligned with the wind. That word alignment is oh God.
So that would want to bring it down towards cross. There's 3. The big focus down here in that Janesville branch, where it's coming across, there's 3 canyons that want to line up with the wind today. So that would want to bring it down towards that, the junction down here in the Hurlong Junction, just south of Milford. There's a ridge up here that may split that head. If it gets far enough north, it'll want to push it more towards Milford and then back down towards Hurlong Junction. Right now, it's staying south of that. It's lining up with those 3 drainages. So there's the motocross park down here, down towards Hurlong Junction. And that's
to make that abundantly clear. Last night we heard on the radio, they said, we think the fire's going to go to that motocross park, to the motorbike park. They thought it was going to breach last night. It was a bit of a midnight miracle that it didn't, and their hard efforts, of course. So let's watch this.
And back down towards Hurlong Junction. Right now, it's staying south of that. It's lining up with those 3 drainages. So there's the motocross park down here, down towards Hurlong Junction, and that's where it's going to want to push down off the hill. Remember, we're going to get those high winds that want to surface down that slope in the late afternoon into early evening. Just to keep an eye on it, there is fire back here. It will get influenced by that west-southwest wind. Don't know how much it's going to get influenced yet by the main fire. It may want to draw it a little bit. So if you're working anywhere on the south end of this, make sure you're keeping eyes on the main fire, and if there's any updates, we'll try and get them out to you guys on the field. Have a safe shift.
Operational work assignments, operations.
Good morning. My name is Mike Wink, Operations. So we're going to start here in Branch 9. A lot of work going on in there, calls for service. A lot of the evacuation orders and warnings have been lifted. A lot more folks in there with a lot more eyes going, looking for things that are smoking and burning. We're getting close calls for service. Nothing outside the line, nothing threatening the line, but we are finding those things. Highway 36, the hazard tree removal is in full swing along the Caltrans easements, and there's a lot of trees going down. They're going to get in there with some water tenders today and try and get that stuff mitigated. There's still a little bit of hot stuff along the 36 corridor, and that way we don't have to use the Branch 9 resources along that 36 corridor. They're going to mitigate that stuff themselves. As we get up here into Branch 13, a lot of work, good work's going on here in Raker Peak to try to cut some of this off direct to get some containment going on in here, and then up here off of West Prospect, just above the repeater site, the lava flow coming around into Rail Canyon, still holding that direct, trying to come in and pick up a trail system to try to cut some more of this off, working, getting really close to start to get some containment here in Branch 13. So a lot of good effort continues in there, as well as going back and just doing some improvements of our secondary contingency egress and ingress routes and values of risk critical infrastructure up here in the old station area. So those efforts are ongoing just to improve what's there. As we come now back around into the Lassen sector, Branch 16, this is day 4 or 5 now of lots of fire activity in here. The Hall Road, everybody's efforts over the last 3 days, we've been holding on the Hall Road. There's been multiple spots across there towards 44, but you guys have been working hard to get that picked up. From Silver Lake, continued the mop up in and around all those cabins. No cabins damaged or destroyed in there. Great job. Going direct, getting back to the Hall Road on that mid slope took a lot of effort, but it helped kick this A21 road out of being threatened. So great effort in there. If we still have the primary, secondary contingency on the other side of the road. We've got the railway and the power line easement, so we've got multiple plans on there. We will continue with contingency line operations on the other side of 44 until we quit getting spots for a couple days. So continue those operations. The branch and sectors know what the management action points are in case it's going to threaten Highway 44. If you see something, go up the chain of command and they'll evaluate if we need to close 44. So follow that process. As we come back down around into Westwood, we continue to shrink the groups. We're down just to one Westwood group in here, handling this 36 corridor, calls for service, the stuff in the peat moss here in the meadow, and all the things that you can still see along there. So continued great effort. Good things are happening in there. Some more public is getting in there to use those roadways. We're working together with them. So
Okay, I wanted to explain what the peat moss meadow is. This is still on fire. This is still a bit of a concern for places like Westwood, sort of. Dire Mountain in this area is really not out. Not quite. But they keep saying that the type of fuel it is the peat moss, which in England they cut it up to burn like coal. So it just burns and burns and burns and burns. But it's low to the ground like a marsh. So it's hard to kind of extinguish it. They keep telling people it's like a lot less of a threat than, like, say, trees on fire.
Been out for a long time. We continue roadway. Good things are happening in there. Some more public is getting in there to use those roadways. We're working together with them. So they've been out for a long time. We continue, appreciate everybody's efforts. As we come down here into the Janesville branch, that organizational structure is expanded all the way down basically to Doyle. Okay, so the geographical area that all those groups are taking on now is anticipating this fire from the east zone coming up here and coming over the escarpment. You just heard fire behavior talk about.
Oh God, they expect it to go over the escarpment. Doyle is pretty dang far away. This is some, oh God,
taking on now is anticipating this fire from the east zone coming up here and coming over the escarpment. You just heard fire behavior talk about the possibility of that coming over today. So 2 days ago, this finger coming off Grizzly Peak ran about 4 miles. Yesterday, it ran 3 to 4 miles. There's nothing in the normal wind conditions that says that this won't come off the escarpment today. So we're planned for that last night. Again, go through the divisions and branches about there is a management action point to close 395 when fire behavior comes off the ridge. We should expect that today. Normal wind and weather today, 2-3 o'clock is when it wants to increase in speed because of the thermal hitting here in Honey Lake. That's what's going to draw it over the ridge. Historically, that's about the same time of day that the Beckworth complex came into Doyle. The Honey Lake fire in 1989 came off and caused firefighter burn injuries on that 3.
Actually, that was the Eagle fire. That was the one with the tornado, like not really a tornado, but close to it, ran over Highway 395 and injured the firefighters by overtaking their vehicles. If you want to search it on YouTube, I don't show it. It's horrifying. But basically a fire tornado came off the hill and overtook the crews. But you can Google it. This is why it's so freaky here. That's why I've been up all night worrying about this. This is a bad area to fight a fire, and the fact that they're expecting it to come over is alarming.
Same time of day that the Beckworth complex came into Doyle. The Honey Lake fire in 1989 came off and caused firefighter burn injuries on that 395 corridor. Same time of day, Janesville, when it came, this 30,000 acre spot came off the ridge and came into Janesville. Same time. So look it up online. Look up the Honey Lake fire or the Eagle fire in 1989. Look at Doyle and the Beckworth fire. Look at that fire behavior. We've talked about it multiple times. No surprises. Nobody should expect anything different from what could happen if it comes off that escarpment today. Extreme erratic fire behavior. I'm going to leave you with 2 things today. We're anticipating this event coming down into a populated area. That creates a lot of anxiety because we're waiting for it. We have a good plan. We got good leadership in place. They're out there doing stuff. The 2 things is we've heard of LACIS. You heard me say it a couple days ago, okay? There's places. Fire Captain Phil Matier from LNU Boggs Mountain came up with this one. Lookouts, communications, escape routes, and safety zones. Everybody knows that one. Places, you add pressure, because you have the pressure of waiting for that to come. Anybody who's down there or anybody on the whole fire is going to be thinking today, all right, is this the day it's going to come down into the 395 corridor that we've been thinking about for weeks? Today could be the day. So you've got places. And then the last thing, if you're working down in this area or anywhere on the fire, Army General Al Moore always said, you can always do one more thing to make your position better. If you're working in these places, today's the one more thing day. One more thing day for these houses that you're going to be protecting out there. That is everything to these people. To us guests, we're in here doing a job. It's everything to them. It's everything that they have. So today's the day for one more thing. One more bush trimmed away from their house. One more piece of dozer line improved. One more line you're going to put out. One more driveway you're going to check and look for those values at risk. One more safety zone. Tie your shoe tighter. Make sure you got fresh batteries. One more thing today. All right? I'll see you out there.
Sector, branch, and division roll call resources.
Wow. I could see why you guys liked that speech. That was awesome. Okay, there's doing a roll call right now. And 3 Winters, you were saying they were expecting it yesterday. Yeah, I heard that. And when it reached it at night, that's why I stayed up all night, and it was just freaky looking. But I thought a little bit that if they had stopped it in the night, today would be milder and there was less of a chance. I'm a bit shocked to hear them that they still think it's going to go over, even in today's milder weather. Whew, it's going to be a rough day.
Good morning, Jordan Weber Resources. If you'll join me on the 203, which is page 2 of your IEP, the Shasta Division Lee English, a Palmer, Storm Branch.
We're going to skip roll call.
One lat. Today, you'll have air attack, ASM, 2 S2s, and 1 lat. For rotor wing, we have 14 Type 1 water droppers. We have 4 Type 2s and 6 Type 3s. We have 1 UAS module to assist at night. We have 1 mobile retardant base, and we have 2 helibases. Air-to-ground command is for divisions and above. We want you to monitor that, and air-to-ground TAC is for everyone else.
I'm sorry.
If
We
you're
may have missed.
in the east,
Hang on. We may have missed the tankers he's talking about being here today. Okay. Sorry.
Good morning. Matt Hill, Air Operations, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 1. For fixed wing today, you'll have air attack, ASM, 2 S2s, and 1 lat.
That's it? 2 Marsh S2s, which are pretty small airplanes, and 1 large aerial tanker? Not even a VLAT? No very large aerial tankers? That's a skeleton crew of airplanes. 1 medium and 2 smalls?
For rotor wing, we have 14 Type 1 water droppers.
Oh, okay. Well, having 14 helicopters sounds better, but I was hoping for the big planes.
We have 4 Type 2s and 6 Type 3s.
Okay, actually, that's like 30 helicopters. That's okay.
We have 1 UAS module to assist at night. We have 1 mobile retardant base, and we have 2 helibases.
Hey, what the thing happens at night? Is that a drone? Let me see.
Type 3s. We have 1 UAS module to
UAS? Unmanned Aerial Surveillance? Is that what that is? Is that basically a fancy word for like a big drone?
To assist at night. We have 1 mobile retardant base, and we have 2 helibases. Air-to-ground command is for divisions and above. We want you to monitor that, and air-to-ground TAC is for everyone else. If you're in the east zone, the Milford Group South on 395 have air-to-ground command east and air-to-ground TAC east, and that's in your 205. Make it a safe shift.
Communications.
Good morning, John Aguilar, Communications. For today, September 2nd, 2021, there is no new radio clone today. If you have been cloned recently, you do not need to get re-cloned today. The last
Talk about
clone
radio.
was August 25th. For the 205, 3, unassigned radio used, and that back.
For just a reminder for in-camp medical needs and supplies, CalMat's located to your left and MERT is located behind the mill. We'll have Fireline, Med and Branch. If you go down to box 8 of your...
Okay.
And what we have as far as everybody, right? Whether you're in camp, whether you're out the... we can't do this without everybody, right? Whether you're in camp, whether you're out on the line. So help us maintain what we have as far as resources. Continue with good hygiene, good COVID-19 safe practices. Page 46 in the IEP, you can reference it. Also, on shift and off shift, maintain good hydration and good night nutrition. It's important that we keep maintaining what we have. So keep up what you're doing, and we appreciate it. Thanks.
I'm maintaining my hydration.
Good morning, Emily Smith, Public Information, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 1. If you'd like to join me on page 54, I have some updated numbers for you. The Dixie incident is currently at 859,457 acres at 55% containment, and there are 4,039 personnel assigned. On this page, you'll find the social media policy for CAL FIRE as well as the federal social media policy. Please continue to adhere to both of those. If you'd like to post something to your page or share any video or pictures, please come by the PIO shop first so we can vet those. Also, for lost and found in mail, those items are located at the trailer that's off Riverside Drive where you go and get fuel. So if you're looking for something, it will be at that trailer. Thank you and have a great day.
Logistics.
Good morning, Jacob Guerra, Logistics. My only message for today is parking. Park in the designated areas here at camp. Do not park in the business of the mill. Do not walk through his property and do not drive through his property. Please drive in the designated areas that we've lined out for you to drive through and park. Also at the Mallory camp, we've also designated areas for you to park and sleep. Do not park or sleep out in the open areas. We don't want somebody getting ran over if you're sleeping in a tent, or park somewhere you're not supposed to park. We got a lot of...
What? The safety message is don't put a tent in a road so you don't get run over?
traffic that comes in on the night, and we don't want any accidents to happen. Thank you.
Okay.
Final comments, Unified IC.
Okay.
Hi, good morning. Nick Truax. I'm the incident commander for CAL FIRE MT1, one of the unified incident commanders here. So day 52. It's been a long grind. It's been a long summer, and we're not done yet.
It's day 52 of the Dixie fire. Have I been at this that long?
Number one priority given to me by my bosses, the agency administrators, is all of your safety. So day 52, fatigue starts setting in. We just recently got done having to move the entire base camp over here. That was stressful for all of us. Parking's different, travel routes are different. Our fuses are short. So I just ask you, I thank you for making this as smooth as possible. It wasn't an easy thing to do. But one thing I want to touch on is the driving and things. So one of the most dangerous things we do in the fire service is driving. We had an incident yesterday with a water tender rollover. Thankfully, no one was seriously injured with that. But please just pay attention with your driving, especially through town. Kids are back in school. There's a lot of pedestrians walking around. So just drive a little slower. If you're 2 minutes late getting out to the line, I would rather that than to create issues. Also, we could do the best job. We kept the fire out of Susanville, right? We saved a lot of structures all over the place. One bad traffic accident kills that whole safety record. So far, there's, for this whole fire, 8 reportable injuries to fire line personnel, 0 to the public, and I want to keep it that way. I hope you all have a great day, and we'll see you out there.
Okay. Next operational briefing, 0700 tomorrow morning. Breakouts are outside the perimeter of the briefing area. Unassigned resources back at where IEPs were distributed. Thank you. Have a safe shift.
Yeah, these firefighters, they don't have a hotel. It's mostly, since there was more than 6,000 there, it's a bunch of tent cities. They go to bed, even though it's like 90 degrees at night, without really any relief, and work in 100 degrees during the day in some of these fires. It really sucks. Their accommodations are not so good. So I think we have the next briefing for the Caldor, but that's sobering and frightening. I don't know how I'm supposed to get to sleep today. They had it basically at the same time, the Caldor morning update thing. This is, once again, not for the public. They use their acronyms. They just are talking to each other. Some of the stuff that's really scary, the terms that they are using, the public wouldn't understand how frightening they are. That's why I'm pausing and explaining. And going back at chat, 3 Winters was explaining, and Bob Fraser was talking about how they shouldn't put people on that ridge. It's too dangerous. I hope they don't. I hope they get off of it. If they expect the fire to come over the ridge, like the scary, scary images that we've been watching all night, the Schaefer Mountain, how the fire roared up to it, and just, in fact, I have to do the 12-hour. This is some of the most crazy stuff we've seen. This is east of Susanville, looking south to southwest. This is the same area where the fire whirl, which is like a fire tornado, in 1989 came over the same spot, overtook a crew, and they couldn't get out of the way of the fire. And so I won't show that video, but when people decided they didn't want to evacuate this area, I did. Weeks ago when Janesville and Milford were first in the line of fire. They're like, oh, things are okay. And I said, well, check out this video. They mentioned it here. Mike Wink's speech and stuff was pretty inspiring, but this is a safety message. Keep on your toes today, because this is the same place where we've had mega disaster before. It's extremely challenging with erratic winds, but all night we were watching this. This was so active. You saw these are flames over here on the top of the hills. This being so bright and so active at night is just spooky. I mean, the freight train that was, they casually motioned, at the fire, saying it made a 4-mile run. That's as the crows flies. That's pretty insane for an afternoon. And so the Beckworth camp, Beckworth Peak, 12 hours was just absolutely nuts from yesterday. And so throughout the night, you can't even see all of the fire here. It has to pan to the right. The fire is already going towards Milford. It started here and just went. See, it pans to the right. It's already trying to get over towards Hurlong. They evacuated Hurlong, went door to door. Thank goodness, in time. And they barely held it last night. And this morning they're saying we don't expect to hold it. It'll come over. That's just really sobering. The fact they expect it to go towards Doyle is a bit of a terrifying prospect. I mean, he gave a great inspirational speech, but this is still a game day, and not at all as calm as I thought it was going to be. So, yeah, exactly. They're fatigued. You get fatigued and you get a little bit sloppy. But this really didn't slow down from last night. Just a little bit for the midnight miracle to save the town. If it had slopped over last night, that would have been terrible. But hearing all of that is pretty sobering. And so it's around 2 p.m. that they expect things to cook up. That's when I'll
your phones.
Try to be checking back. So we're gonna look at the Caldor one now. It was pre-recorded. These showed at the same time. They have them both at 7 because, remember, this isn't for the public. This is to brief themselves before they go on their day shift. So let's look at the Caldor one.
Silence your radios and keep any sidebar conversations down.
Okay, that's real low volume. Hang on, let me fix it. I usually have to fix the volume in these. So let me boost it. Hang on.
I want to also remind you that this briefing is streamed on YouTube live. Just go to the QR code on the front of your IAP. You might want to pass that down to your troops. I'm going to start off with the incident objectives. For the management objectives, provide for emergency personnel and public safety at all times. Ensure COVID-19 precautions and best practices are met at all times. Protect property improvements and infrastructures. Ensure coordinated, timely, and accurate release of public information. Foster and maintain relationships with all cooperators and stakeholders. Protect economic, natural, cultural, and heritage resources. Maintain fiscal accountability and keep costs commensurate with values at risk. Our control objectives for the West Zone: keep the fire north of Highway 4, keep the fire south of Wentworth Springs Road, keep the fire east of E16 and Fiddletown Road. The control objectives for the East Zone: keep the fire south of Mosquito Pass and road systems to N16A, 2N20A, 2N08, and 2N21. Keep the fire north of Highway 88, and keep the fire west of El Dorado and Alpine County and state line boundary. And now, with current situation, night operations.
Good morning, my name is Tim Ernst, Operations Section Chief for CAL FIRE Team 6. Before we start talking about the incident itself, I hope everyone's noticed we've had a significant organizational change on the map here in the last 24 hours. Yesterday, as of 1900 hours, we went ahead and zoned the fire in 2 separate zones. We have the west zone and we have the east zone. So I'll be presenting the night ops report for the west zone. My partner Craig will be presenting the same for the east side as well. Let's start here in branch 1. As we move up through branch 1, everything remains constant in division alpha. A lot of hard work going in there, continuing to hit up some cold trailing, just moving a little bit further from the black line. And I would ask everyone that's working in this whole western flank of the fire to continue to do the same. We still are seeing a lot of smokes 200 feet, 300 feet in. Once this whole full area is repopulated, we know we'll be getting a lot of calls on those. So let's get those knocked out today. This stubborn piece of Division Alpha, which we were able to put line around 2 days ago, continues to present some of those same challenges of hitting smokes. And I have to actually just shout out a thank you to everyone for the hard work that was put in here. With the diligence of 2 weeks of work on this one finger here in Alpha, you saved about 600 or 700 homes, well over 10,000 acres in this pocket here. So that's a lot of good work that you all take credit for. Moving up through the rest of the branch, everything holds real well for us along Sly Park Road throughout the whole way up. Continue to cold trail that piece. As we move up into branch 10, we had this one pocket of fuel here right here at the Foxtrot Gulf break. We talked about that yesterday. That pocket has now been, there's a line that goes directly across. We are seeing some of those islands of fuels burn out in there, so do expect to see, you may have a little header coming out of that as we did see yesterday, but that continues to look real good for us. As we move up along the 50 corridor, a lot of great work going on here. This one piece up as we get towards Wrights Lake, we are seeing a lot of structure protection need in there. We have a great structure defense plan going on. Cutting some line, there's about 100 additional homes in there that are being protected, and the defense plan is putting into place for that. As we bump down across the zone to the bottom of the zone here, this area around Kirkwood, that was our #1 priority last night. We were able to use night water dropping helicopters in there, did a lot of great work, especially this one piece where the fire cut right across the 88 there. That's been completely cut out and plumbed in. Hopefully that's going to hold for us. This end of this finger continues to be a problem, and we'll let the other zone to speak about that as well. As we come down through the rest of branch 20, a lot of good work here, continuing to cold trail and mop up a lot of this area. We have not seen any growth at all in this area as well throughout the shift. And then finally, the last piece here in branch 30 continues to look really good. We're in the backhaul mode there. Occasionally a smoke is popping up well interior. We're going and searching those out as well. So a lot of great work completed the shift. With that, I'll bring in my partner from the East Zone.
Good morning. My name is Craig Darty. I'm doing the night ops for the California Incident Management Team 4. I want to thank you all for setting us up for success. I'll give you a quick rundown of everything that's going on the east side. So a lot of good work, like I said, happened in here. On Highway 50 here, as was mentioned, we've got some pockets of fire that have got across 50 and are underslung on 50. So those crews were in there last night with the hose lays that I think a lot of you put in yesterday or day before. Continued to work in there, mop up, and secure that edge along in there. Coming around, we've got a lot of structures. You know, obviously this is a highly populated area here. This is Christmas Valley. I've got a lot of structure and subdivisions all along here along this Pioneer Trail where this slop overs occurred. So we had 4 structure groups in there yesterday and continued that through the night last night. Those folks stayed real active in there, picking up hot spots around structures, doing some securing and mopping up, and a lot of good work going on there. As you come up this north flank here of this slop over, we've got dozer line established along a large portion of this. They came in here last night with a combination of dozers and hand crews, and were able to get a lot of good work done going direct. So they've got quite a ways up this north flank there. Fire continued to stay active in here last night. There at Trimmer Peak, we do have a couple of those spot fires that are thrown off out there in front of that. We were able to get some dozers to open up a road to gain some access to this other side here and look at some work in there. Coming down this whole southeast flank, that continued to stay active most of the night, mostly backing every once in a while, quartering up the slope. We did have some crews watching that real close down here at the bottom. Coming on around here on the 88, we had the crews continuing to do some prep in there in preparation for anything that can happen here with this piece that came out of Kirkwood. We do have a piece of dozer line that's checked that up right now, but we are concerned about some spots in there. So just trying to be prepared for any actions that we need to take in there. Again, we want to thank you for setting us up. We want to thank Team 6, Cal Fire Team 6, and the NEMO Team 2 for a good transition and all the help they've given us in getting oriented on this fire, and I appreciate all your work.
Up next, weather with our incident meteorologist.
Good morning, everybody. Incident meteorologist Jim Dudley with the weather for today. So we lost the winds aloft. It's a good day today to not have gusty winds up on the ridges. What we are going to have are terrain-driven winds. For those new out here, this piece of ground out here generates its own wind by the sun hitting on it. So today, when you're out working after like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock this morning, we're gonna lose our current downslope, down canyon winds are going to shift around to the west-southwest. Over on the west side of the fire, the gustiest, strongest winds caused by the terrain are along the Highway 50 corridor. As it goes up through the terrain, you get a lot of swirling action, a lot of terrain causing the winds to be quite variable in direction. Up on the top of the fire today, the flow is much, much lighter out of the south-southeast. So you're not going to get the atmosphere trying to increase your terrain winds today. So whatever the ground is generating as the flow goes up slope and through the terrain, that's going to be what you're going to have to look out for with the variation in the directions. It's still dry. Humidities are a little bit better today. Overnight recoveries were better. And I don't expect any really, really low humidities out there today. So the main thing, less ridgeline wind, terrain-driven winds driving this thing, and a little better humidity, but it's still dry. So keep that in mind when you're out there working. Thank you, and have a safe day.
And now fire behavior.
Good morning, Stephen Vollmer, Fire Behavior Analyst for Incident Management Team 6. So with those dry conditions that we're seeing today, we're going to start seeing those spot fires pop up that got thrown out over the last 2 days wind event. So if you're working in those areas where those wind events occurred up in Division Ida, out in Division Quebec, over by Kirkwood, you're going to expect to see those spot fires start showing up today. The conditions are still dry, the temperatures are still warm, we have very thin inversion over the fire, so we're going to expect to see fire activity early in the morning and throughout the shift. Also, you're going to expect to see those isolated island pockets of green that are still deep interior or right on the edge of the lines start torching out. Those things have been cooking for the last 3 or 4 days, and now they're all dried out. It's only going to take one tree or one bush in there to get the whole island going. So those could be anywhere between just a 100 by 100 foot island or a multiple acre island out there. So just be heads up where those islands are at. And again, the train-driven winds are going to be what's forcing the fire spread today. Up in the Strawberry area, those drainages are just notorious for sending the wind in all sorts of directions. So be heads up while you're out there, especially in that Strawberry area, and have a good day.
And now your safety message, safety officer.
Hey there, everybody. Jen Raybuck with your safety team. So a psychology professor walked into his class, and in his hand he was holding a covered tray. He told his students that they'd have 30 seconds to look at the items in his hand. After the allotted time, he covered the tray and set it aside, and he asked the class a single question. No one could answer the question. What he asked them was, what color was the tray? The reason the students failed at the task was because they had a preconceived notion and an expectations going into the situation that were not in alignment with what the task actually was laid out in front of them. They literally couldn't see the tray because they weren't thinking about the tray. They were thinking about the objects on the tray. So let's apply that to this fire today. We've come to expect certain things, our preconceived notions, right? We know there's snags out there. We know that we will see some spotting. We know that it could be long term or long distance. We also know that there's going to be some torching and maybe even some runs out there. And unfortunately, we may expect to see vehicles going a little too fast out there. But I want you to think about the things that we are not expecting to see. Think about the tray as well as the objects out there. Think about things that don't always settle with us. Like, for example, how long and hot those ash beds are continuing to remain on the landscape. Like how much BTU is coming off of the things that are flaming up. How quickly that heat can scorch metal as well as flesh. Think about who was working next to you today and who is working next to you now. Think about all of those things, not just the objects on your tray, but the tray as well today. And don't anticipate one question the fire could ask. Anticipate all questions. Make it a safe shift.
Now with your incident assignments, day operations.
All right, hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Beal Monday. I'm the Operations Section Chief with NEMO Team 2 and representing CAL FIRE Team 6, and we have assumed the rest of the command of the west zone of the Caldor fire. So we'll do a roll call for all of our line leadership. In Division Alpha, we have Asadas. In Division Alpha Delta, Egan and Foreman. Branch 10 with Mike Wallen. In Division Fox.
I'm sorry. It's like whack-a-mole. Watch them raise their hands.
Hey, I'm the Operations Section Chief with NEMO Team 2 and representing CAL FIRE Team 6, and we have assumed the rest of the command of the west zone of the Caldor fire. So we'll do a roll call for all of our line leadership. In Division Alpha, we have Asadas. In Division Alpha Delta, Egan and Foreman. Branch 10 with Mike Wallen. In Division Foxtrot Gulf, there'll be a pen and ink change there. It'll be Division Supervisor Bide with Watkins. In Division Hotel India, it'll be Estabrook and Price.
Boing.
Another pen and ink change in the contingency group in Branch 10, it'll be Klemlich and Hasslinger. And then in the right structure group, we'll have Cole, Pariah. Okay, and then in Branch 20, we'll have Engler. In November Papa, Lohan and Allman. Kirkwood Structure, we'll have Miller and Jones. And in Branch 30, we'll have Burrows. All right, thank you all. So I'll give you a quick rundown on what's going to happen today on the west zone of the fire. Then my partner, Kyle Jacobson, Operations Section Chief with California Incident Management Team 4, will come up and give you a good overall briefing on today's operational plan on the east zone of the fire. So three main priorities for us on the west side of the fire today. We have Division Delta, trying to get this really secured, also getting all the backhaul taken care of. Up here in Division Foxtrot Gulf, getting this little finger buttoned in, making sure that the highway corridor is still good to go right through here, and all the way up into Division at Wrights Lake. That's our other key factor up here. Where Cole was yesterday, that Wrights Lake structure group, multiple structures threatened right now. We've got a good plan. We've got a lot of resources heading up there to make sure that we prevent any fire spread from heading back to the west. Last night, as Tim mentioned, down here at Kirkwood, a lot of good work went into place. We're going to try to fly some pumps in there today. There's some high elevation water, try to get more water flowing and continue to cut that line off across there. Few safety hazards that we need to make sure that we need to pay attention to today. Hazard trees on Highway 50. We came across there yesterday. There was probably about a 40-inch tree that came right across the road, took out the guardrail right at the pass. So if you guys are up there and you're driving back and forth, if you see a hazard tree, please make sure you're passing that on to your leadership. We've got falling modules, heavy equipment up there, some feller bunchers to be able to start taking that stuff down. The other thing along the Highway 50 corridor, all of our utility infrastructure friends are coming back in. AT&T was up there putting the fiber optic line back up, so they got boom trucks trying to hang stuff up, trying to get everything ready for repopulation in the future. So please be aware, there's not just fire folks out there, there's all of our cooperators and stakeholders that have a stake in trying to get the residents moved back in along our side of the fire. Air operations is going to be a big thing. We've got, I'll let our air officers talk, but we're going to have one air attack platform. So communications is a big thing today. With the two zones, working with our working with our partners on both sides of the line, we need to make sure that everybody is on point on where everybody's at. So with that, you guys have a good day, and I'll bring up Kyle to give a rundown on what's happening on the other side.
Good morning. Thanks, Beal. So before we even get started, I want to just talk about the East Zone a little bit. Some of you may not be showing up on the West Zone IAP. We do have IAPs back behind the stage from the East Zone. So if you do need to pick one of those up, go ahead and do that. Also, the East Zone resources will be going to Heavenly tonight. So Once again, Heavenly for all of the East Zone resources, so please pack up your stuff and move over to Heavenly. For roll call today, once again, my name is Kyle Jacobson, and we're going to have Brian Newman, who is up at Heavenly, as well as Joe Gonzalez as trainee operations. For Branch 12, we have Pat Lang, and Division Alpha Alpha Long. Division Delta Delta Ablo. Branch 15 is going to be Drew Graham. He is up at Heavenly right now. Mike is going to be Groneman, who is also up there.
Okay. After roll calls, usually important stuff, so let's get past it.
Quebec. Roy Ball is up there. And we have contingency, Travis Thane. We're going to have structure branch with Jamont. Priorities for today are going to be right here around Trimmer Peak. So they've been able to get a lot of good work. Appreciate all the work in there, going direct to keep the fire out of the Pioneer Apache area. Going to try and continue that, going direct, turn the corner around Trimmer Peak and keep that thing up as high on the hill as possible and try and keep that direct around the entire other flank. Priority number 2 is going to be in the Caples Lake, Kirkwood area, making sure, as Beal said, that we have really close coordination. That's where the zone break is in all of the activities that are going on down in that area. And our third priority is going to be Christmas Valley, Pioneer Trail, Upper Apache. A lot of great work's been done in there to protect all those structures, to keep fire out of people's houses and minimize any structure impact. We need to make sure we really focus on the work in there today, get that good mop up. We don't want to have any structures burning days after the fire's gone through. So please focus your efforts on that. Really appreciate all the work that's been going on. That's just remain adaptable as the day goes on. There are going to be some changes taking place. You've heard some communication stuff. Be adaptable as we're going through this transition period. If you need anything, let us know. We're here to support you. Have a safe shift.
Air Operations.
Good morning, Chance Inwood, Air Operations Branch Director, CAL FIRE Team 6. Some numbers for yesterday. For fixed wing, we were able to deliver 80,000 gallons of retardant. That's including 1 VLAT and 5 lats. For rotary, we delivered 408,000 gallons of water, timing out most of the aircraft. For night ops yesterday, we were able to deliver 15,000 gallons of retardant, 27,500 gallons of water. The lineup for today for fixed wing is 1 ASM, 1 air attack, and 3 tankers on early up. Rotary wing, 27 copters, 2 helibases, and 2 MRBs. Like day ops mentioned, I want to just reiterate, today is a transition day, so make sure we are on the correct air-ground command and correct air-ground tactical for your zone. And make sure we're clearing the line out there. Be safe. End of report.
Up next, medical.
Good morning, Joel Davis, Medical Unit Leader with CAL FIRE Team 6. Today to support you guys on the line, we have 3 teams of line medics. We do have 6 ambulances, and we have 1 24-hour ALS hoist ship available. Here in camp, we have CalMat as well as MERT. We are doing COVID mitigation. Just as a reminder, please wear your mask here in camp. Lastly, if you can turn to page 33 of your IAP, box 6. If you do have a fire line emergency today, the 3 things that we need from you is the nature of the injury, the location, and the point of contact. If you get us that, we'll be able to help you. Have a good, safe shift.
Communications.
Good morning, Bernie Rapp, Communications Unit Leader, Incident Management Team 6. Today, your 205s for the West Zone will be on page 34 for Branch 1 and 30, page 35 for Branch 10 and 20. That'll be for the West Zones. And then for the East Zone, page 36 for Branch 12 and 15. And then we have page 37 is the ENF AEU IA group, and that'll be used in the event of a new start within the fire area and we need to send resources. As of 0700 hours, we've changed our communications identifier. For the West Zone, you'll be West Caldor Communications on the existing command system that we've had in place. For the East, you'll be East Caldor Communications, and that'll be on the TMU admin command. Please understand that as you're traveling from base camp here and into the basin, you cannot get on the admin command until you get about the Echo Summit area. If you need anything on the way on the travel through, you can go through West Communications. Please note the bottom of the 205 for the East Zone, they have their phone number for their communications. The current clone for today is Guard 2. There's been a change since.
Okay, let's go back to 4.
Pioneer Structure Group, V-Fire, Kirkwood Structure Group, and
IMT6 Logistics. Your ground support message is on page 39. There is one change to a fueling location. Fuel has moved from the Indian Digging School to the Peddler Hill Spike. There is no gas except for at the Dawson's Oil, so you need to fill up before you leave.
Up next, training.
Good morning, Jim Rustis, Training Specialist, Incident Management Team 6. We have a lot of trainees out here that still need to check in, so trainers, check with their trainees, make sure they're checked in, make sure they're working on their task book, and remember, you don't have to wait till demob to go close out with training. You can come see us anytime. And if you want more information, page 40 IAP has our info and our phone number.
Good morning, Billy Phillips, Team 2, Team 6, Planning Section Chief Trainee. Once again, we've been up here the past couple days talking about federal check-in for federal resources and federal contractors. You can access that check-in form on the QR code on the front of your IAP. A quick message for all those who are checking in who have not checked in using that QR code. Make sure in remarks you put in West Zone or East Zone depending on who you are assigned to. That will help us be able to determine where we need to put you on the IAP. Thank you very much.
And now finance.
Sean Hogan, Finance Section Chief. On pages 43 and 44, it's detailed finance messages for all federal resources, and that's for both zones. Most of that's going to be virtual, as well as some of that could be dropped off, and you can read the message about that. And specifically, if you have not turned in any of your information, specifically the Viper or any of the federal personnel, please do that as soon as possible. And on the shift tickets, make sure to put all the request numbers for division groups or branches or groups so that those can go to the right person. And lastly, if local government resources, if you've not checked in with OES, there is an OES vehicle here next to the Chow Hall, next to plans, as well as at the East Zone base. Thank you.
Liaison.
Good morning, Mitch Fialpondo, Liaison Team 6. So if you turn to page 48 in your IEPs, Employee Support Services, they're here for you. Jill and Jeremy do a fantastic job. It's a long haul. Stop by and see them. They're waiting for you. Also, we will have a 10 o'clock unified cooperators meeting. This will be via Zoom and also in person here at the building to my left over here. And we appreciate the cooperators coming in. Look, it's a team effort, one team, one fight. So we appreciate your help in there. And then last, of course, our four-legged friends. Get out there and pet them. They do good work. Thanks.
Information.
Did he just say go out and pet a puppy?
They do good work. Thanks. Last, of course, our four-legged friends. Get out there and pet them. They do good work. Thanks.
Okay, lastly, our four-legged friends. Go out there and pet them.
Information.
Good morning, Carrie Green, Public Information Officer with NEMO Team 2, working in conjunction with CAL FIRE Team 6 and also California Interagency Incident Management Team 4. I want to bring your attention to page 51 in the IAP. On that page, you can find anything you need to know about the public-facing information for this incident. We have an incident information line that is staffed from 8 to 8. We also have a media line. I do want you to take note that the phone number for the media line has changed. It is now 530-497-0315. That number again, 530-497-0315 for those of you watching. The media has taken quite a bit of interest in this incident, as you know. Please remember, on the California side, we have the 409.5 media access law. They are allowed to be in there as long as they are not blocking your access or impinging on your safety. If that becomes a problem, please go through your supervisor and contact communications. Let us know. We can either get a PIO out there or law enforcement if necessary. They have been put on notice. They do know not to get in your way while you're doing your work and to keep firefighters safe. Finally, the QR code there at the top of the page, if you scan that, it brings you to a page of links. That is all the official sources of information for this fire. It's updated throughout the day as new information comes in, and so that is the best source of information, the official information. And of course, we are sharing that for both zones. We're working together with the team of PIOs over there, and any additional official links will also be added there. Lost and Found is at the PIO trailer as well as incoming mail. Thank you.
And now, before we go to closing comments, I got a few announcements. Our expectation and your obligation is to attend your breakouts, which are located behind you within the briefing area. For the East Zone resources, it's going to be over to my right, your left. Unassigned resources, meet with the resource unit leader by the entrance here. Cooperators meeting is at 10, planning meeting at 1800, operational briefing at 7 tomorrow morning. And now closing comments, Incident Commander.
Good morning. We're going to do things a little bit different. What we wanted to do is I want to introduce Dean Gould. He's the forest supervisor on the Sierra National Forest, and he will be our agency administrator for a few days. Here, Dean.
Good morning. So Dean Gould, Forest Soup on the Sierra. I'm just going to be filling in for Jeff, as Joe mentioned, just for a few days. Looking around here, already see a huge number of familiar faces. Just getting here yesterday already. My point in bringing that up is this is a pretty small community when all's said and done. And we've all heard the phrase, one team, one fight. But that's not a catchphrase. That really is a mindset. And everything I've heard and seen about how that's being put to practice here on this incident, you really are taking it to heart. And that makes a difference. It makes a significant difference, because when you choose a profession that you've chosen and you go to incidents like this, any given day, you never know that person, that module to your left or your right, they may very well either keep you out of harm's way, they may very well save your life. And so as arduous as this profession is that you've chosen, there's a lot of benefits too. No relationships are going to be any stronger or deeper than when you go into harm's way and you have those people to your left or your right and you come out of it together. Those are the relationships that'll last a lifetime. And if there's anything, like I say, more deeper or more meaningful than that, I'm not sure what it is. So as hard of work as this is, treasure the time you have with each other and also look out for each other. Have a safe day.
Thank you, Dean. Again, my name is Joe Runners. I'm with NEMO 2, and it's my great pleasure to stand up here and talk in front of you folks and talk to you about what we're doing today, because representing CAL FIRE 6, NEMO 2, and California Team 4 is a great honor. And we're in here to do that one fight that Dean was talking about. We want to make sure that this is, that you know who you're working for, and then also that we are working together as one. It's kind of it's somewhat historic. It can cause some problems, but the outcome is going to be long lasting, I think. What we need to do is make sure that we're communicating with those people beside us. You may not know them, you may never work with them before, but when you're coming out the other end, you can say you do know them and you have worked with them before. So keep that in mind as you're going through the day. We have a couple changes. One change is the command organizational change. That's always a red flag. Watch out for it. Make sure you know who you're working for and who you're working with. Some things haven't changed. One thing that hasn't changed is the terrain or the fuels conditions out there. Wind's gone down, but those fuel conditions and the terrain has not changed. So keep those in mind when you're going through the day. And the other thing is, if you look at the objectives in your IAP, and if you look, there's going to be a separate IAP for the East Zone, but those are the same objectives, the same intent, across the board. So we all ought to be working off the same page. So the last thing I'll leave with, we need to keep in mind, we talked about it the safety talked about it. Look at those objects on the tray. Definitely do that. But don't let that tray whack you upside the head. So make sure you pay attention to the tray. Thank you.
I like him.
Thank you. That concludes our briefing. Thanks for attending.
All right. So the lady was talking about maintain situational awareness was the basic idea there. And she said that a psychology thing was to ask psych students, you have 30 seconds to analyze the things on this tray, implying they'd be quizzed on like what's on the tray. So everybody focused intently and looked at the items, and then they said, sorry, the real question is what color was the tray? And nobody could answer. And so he just said, remember the tray, it'll whack you upside the head. I like him. Okay, so what I'm very concerned for today, why have I been up all night? Why am I still doing this? This is what, 15 hours or so that I've been doing this at least. The Caldor is looking way better today than the Dixie, and the Dixie made this incredible charge straight for Hurlong, and the very alarming, sobering meeting right before the Caldor was that the Dixie was expected to go over the ridge, and fighting here on the 395 historically, like in 1989, has been tragic. That the crazy winds that come up over the ridge, and we were watching it last night, which is pretty stunning. The charging train that this did was unstoppable. They're not really getting the break in the weather that I thought today. It's almost just as bad. It's almost as bad as a red flag day, just on that borderline. It's not been declared one, but it was pretty terrifying watching this all yesterday and last night. The Dixie fire was so huge it couldn't even fit in the frames of any of the cameras, no matter how far away they were. It was gigantic. And so I don't know that I have any time lapses that still are relevant that show yesterday's crazy, insane activity. The charging train thing, I think I just screwed them all up. Yeah, it just shows the night. Look, it's sunset into the night, and just look at the. It is like a train. This is a view from very far away. The Beckworth Peak cam, see? It can't fit all of the fire in the frame because it was like this. And so it pans over to it. And it was stunning. We go back and see the fire there, and then once infrared happens, you can see the incredible heat in all those clouds. It just didn't stop. Evening came, and what's supposed to be lighter winds, and it didn't stop. Nighttime came with much cooler temperatures. It was cold. It was like 50 degrees, and it didn't stop. And they patrolled 395 like crazy. It looked like hundreds of engines probably, waiting for it to come over and start spot fires. They evacuated everybody from Hurlong. Everybody's on watch all the way down to Doyle. Doyle's pretty dang far away from where it is, and they expect it to be impacted or potentially impacted in the coming days. This is very sobering. So what may happen today on the Dixie starting around 2 o'clock, they just really did this inspiring speech. Mike Wink did, amazing, like a general before a battle. explaining everybody charge your radios, everybody check that house, everybody go the extra mile, because if these structures are everything. These are people's homes. They look like a house to you, but they're everything to somebody else. And we will protect this community. And it was an amazing speech. The video before mine, if you go back about an hour ago, really inspiring. You can press the live button to come back live, of course, once you're done watching that. I highly recommend it. But it goes to show just what kind of a battle they faced last night, and then the continuing battle today. Caldor was continuously dodging bullets. It was the best kind of weather they could have hoped for yesterday, and they did a phenomenal job day in, day out. The highest priority on the Caldor is Heavenly area. They're expecting over by Leggett's Peak, I guess, for it to perhaps cross into Nevada. That would be Kingsbury, being in the crosshairs, but we don't know how the wind's going to go. And Kirkwood, that 88 is the second priority. They really should not let it, if they can all prevent it from breaching 88. It would then possibly merge with the Tamarack scar, which is was unthinkable before. But it was unthinkable that the Dixie would merge with the scar of the Beckworth, last month's Beckworth. It was unthinkable that Doyle would be on alert. That's just nuts. So they're back to square one, is what a lot of firefighters have been saying. This whole area of the Caldor, of the Dixie, is square one of them chasing it and trying to keep a lid on it. It's still not a cakewalk over by Taylorsville and Genesee Valley. Their firing ops are going pretty well. I think that's what the red is here for the most part. And hopefully it continues to go well to protect those communities. It's been an extremely tough struggle. Last night we heard them on the radio doubting if they could hold the areas up here. And so there's almost 30 helicopters going to work for Dixie today. But unfortunately there will be so much smoke in this line, just mostly like this. They won't be able to get in front of it with the helicopters. It would probably be working the sides. But this is going to be a very tough day for the Dixie. Much more than we expected. So, just fingers crossed. This is quite tense. I'm not sure which radio to put it on. If we put it on Lassen County Fire Special, that can be very, very obnoxious with let's test it right now. Okay, we just have a sort of a light hum. We'll give it a trial. I have no idea how I'm going to sleep today with a very sobering, it's not that... Oh my god, that scared me. Alright, that may not be a good choice. I wish we could hear more clearly what's going on with Dixie, but that's about the only radio we have to listen to. Yeah, more hellos are on the way. Bill Parker is saying, man, I hope so. And this is extremely stressful. That's all I gotta say on the Dixie. I wish I didn't dump those and refresh those cams.
West Communications, Air Attack 210 is off Chico, inbound West Dixie incident to assume West Air Attack.
Yay. They're coming. Speak of the devil, they're coming. That'll be one heck of a battle. So. But there's a lot of that scratch. I don't know about this as a channel selection to listen to. I guess we could take a poll and say, should we keep it on Lassen no matter how bad it is? I mean, it's not going to be a cakewalk over on the Heavenly area by the, well, there it is. There's the fire right there. This is looking for Susanville. Towards it, you can see the smoke column. The Schaefer Mountain Cam was just brightening all night in Erie. Frank says, I have a bad feeling the Dixie could reach 1 million acres. Yeah, that's a long time ago. Weeks ago, somebody asked me that, and I said, they said, could it reach 1 million acres? And I said, yeah. There's a kind of amount. There are two reactions: shock and ridicule of me for saying that. But we have to remember, all wildfires continue until something stops them. And if you want to get an idea about how big a fire might get, is you have to figure out what's in front of it to stop it. And if you come up with a blank where there's weak spots and defenses, or too many odds stacked against them, then you can say, well, there will be crazy expansion. I really don't want to be right about that, but at this point, I don't see how this Dixie will be less than 100, less than that size, So, I mean, we saw it expand 100,000 acres in 24 hours last time there was a major red flag event. So today's not that much better than a red flag day. It's very different over on the other side of the hills. Flashy fuels, sagey stuff. You can even see the sagebrush, tumbleweeds. However, flashy means it burns out quickly. It doesn't burn there's that huge plume right there. It doesn't burn for a long period of time, not like, dead trees and thick forest, but it moves fast like lightning across the landscape. It's hard to catch up to it, chase it. It can reach neighborhoods and reach structures before they can really get after it, and it can make runs. Thankfully, in the general area, there's a nice flat area. However, Hurlong is in the crosshairs, and Janesville in the areas, and Doyle and Milford, and a lot of people living rurally out there in their structures and their cattle and such. So there's a great threat to life and property. Just the way they can run, the fact that the quotation mark fire tornado, which is more of a devil, swept over fire crews in 1989 in the exact same spot, pretty much where this head of the fire is pretty terrifying. And they even mentioned it in this morning's briefing. You can go Google it, 1989 Eagle Fire, and you'll see the fire tornado just swept over a crew and burned them, swept over their engines. So it's a very sobering, very tense situation. And if you want to watch the morning briefing, they did a very good job of explaining where they expected the fire to go, what to do. They said scary words like aligning with canyons, aligning with ridges, and shifting winds, and 9% humidity, and all that stuff isn't very good. So, is the 395 still open? That's a good question. This is how you find out. You go to the Caltrans quick map. So you go to Caltrans, just Google it, quick map. Here's how you find it. Okay, the radio is very scratchy, but check out this area right here and just click all options. Well, everything except snow chains, and waze alerts too. And then you just go to California, anywhere you need to look. I recommend the Waze app. It's really good, WAZE. And you can see that, let's see, when I forget, did I click everything? Usually the full closures. Okay, I'm turning that off. Usually the full closures are like a barricade. You click on the barricade to find out about it. Hang on, trying to figure out if they're talking anything important here. They're just pretty much reporting for duty. And you can see the traffic cams. Here it is. Closure of a road, Diamond Crest Road, okay. Green, good traffic. I think it is open. I think this is traffic speed. But I would not expect that to be open, especially I mean, you could get on the road right now and have it closed right in front of you. Because I mean, it's right up there on the ridge. You could see flames last night. So, Dan Daly says that K-Max is on the way out from Amador. Okay. So, the map shows closed between Milford and 825. Okay. Radio's getting active. A lot of reporting in for things like aircraft this early is kind of unusual, but very much warranted. So maybe I missed the little closure thing, but usually it's there. That's one of the best ways to check. But I wouldn't be on the 395 today. You couldn't pay me to. Just that is a sector of danger.
Way to 44 then.
It is literally the highway to the danger zone.
Battle Creek elevate, West 60 air attack, air to ground command. Air attack 210 is on scene, assuming West air attack, altimeter for today 3002.
Oh, the 826, okay.
Go back, with Shasta command.
The question should be, what is the best method to keep on top of the run to Milford? Yeah, Jeff Stone. The consensus was nobody should be up here today. That's too dang scary. Dan Daly says static doesn't bother me. I run it in the background. Yeah, it can drive me insane though. Frank Presley says I have a bad feeling the Dixie could reach 1 million acres. Yeah. Jesus is coming soon says just got here. How's my house in Tahoe doing? Means to be seen. It's another day. Matt says you have incredibly high tolerance for information and a thirst for knowledge. Thank you. I think that's a good compliment. Either that or you just read me a fortune cookie. You have an incredibly high tolerance for information, thirst for knowledge. Okay. Reality Bite says, good morning. The fire's coming down Otis Canyon. Burned Black Mountain lookout area last night, just between 825 and the motocross, just before Milford grade. We're right at it. Yeah. That's what it was then, the Black Mountain lookout area, but the lookout's okay, right? Between 825 and the motocross. Okay. Maybe you can orient me that where's 825 on the motocross area? Because I never really understood exactly where the motocross is. But they were saying last night that they expected it to breach there. And I never quite understood it. You have like a somebody did give me the Latin long of it, but I didn't bookmark it. I was kind of wondering if you could see it like a track, or if it was, is it like an ATV recreation zone or like a track? Matt says, Kathryn, been listening to your coverage throughout the night, particularly enjoyed your thoughts on humanity's return to modernism. Question, are you planning on a long nap today? If I can get one in. I think I'll try to lay down just real soon here and see if I can. Oh, it's the Hurlong Junction. Oh, right in there? Okay. So like right in here? 825 and 395? Okay. Pit. Okay, let's go back to... I love how it just says pit. A pit of what? Gravel, I imagine. Okay, which side of the 395?
Base West Zone Air Attack Command.
That's a...
I can copy. Please repeat.
Mojave Medics.
That's...
Mojave Medics, go ahead to East Communications.
West. Okay. So, that area? Is that it?
West Zone air attack. Eagle elevate. Visibility to the south.
Oh.
3 to 5. Visibility to the north. Same. We have good air.
Okay, you see how it can drive you insane? That sound? That would make me get up and go berserk. Oh, left the track is on the west side of the escarpment. Okay.
Night Romeo air attacks are coming on scene. We're going to take a lap around your division here first. Do you have any pending requests?
I'm hoping you didn't even hear it. Dan Daly.
We're taking a lap around. Looks like the smoke's clinging to the bottom of the valley. We're probably not going to be able to work aircraft for a little bit here. But as it starts to lift, just let me know if you have any requests from the ground resources.
Take my filter back on. Alright, it should filter out a lot of the aircraft. I think he's talking.
Mojave Medics from East Communications. I was unable to copy any traffic. Can you please repeat?
Hang on. See you have it? Godspeed.
One air attack, air to ground tactical.
Response from Mojave Medics, Air Rate 49.
Oh, where'd the plane go? It just disappeared.
1240. Wheel for group.
Hang on.
Go for group on TAC.
That's a Cessna. Remember, Milford Group is over here at the battle stations.
That's you at Crawford Cutoff. I'll copy that you're on scene.
Hey, I don't know where this column that's spinning over us is coming from. I don't have any eyes on it. You want to start walking your down to the transport?
Typing this better. Hang on.
I got it.
Okay, I hope this summarizes it very well.
44 Golf. Go for group. Hey, I've got a good column bending right over the lookout. Do you have eyes on the base of this?
Oh, the lookout's over here. Black Mountain Lookout, right? Okay. I hope that's summarized very well.
So which direction is it? Is it holding at our line?
Yeah, let's listen. Is it holding in our line? Can I look at it?
Branch 16, air tac, just coming on scene over the top of your branch. We're working, trying to get up into the Quebec area for Romeo. Smoke's kind of thick in here. Any pending requests or issues?
Let me get my map up.
Yeah. Tell us the skinny.
Hey, go with ground contact.
Yeah, it was a midnight miracle, but today is not looking as good as we thought. They expect it to go over the 395.
Hey, copy. Just have to come up to the air tac. Helco's not currently up right now. Thank you.
No. We didn't hear the rest of the conversation. Am I chopped liver, Kristen? Admins, do you have a link? Just kidding. Hey, Bonnie, welcome back. Yeah, Bill Parker, it really was a miracle that it stopped right here. It didn't slop over the embankment. That was just insanity. However, we don't have the cool of the night. We don't have the smoke. It's going to lift off the lid.
Okay, so this is somewhere inside, beyond your line, not coming from behind you, from the south or west.
Okay. Well, I was hoping that he'd like... Hi, Chaz. Oh, you were busy? Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Rita, just go back. Hang on. So Rita, you can go, of course you want to hit the live button if you ever rewind my video to come back current, but it was around 7:17 if you go back into my video. We watched it, and that's what it was terrifying. It was inspiring, yet scary. What they're predicting for the day, it was nice and sobering with a good delivery on the dangers. They talked about the fire tornado thing that ran over the cruise. Please be aware that that could happen today, basically. Mentioning what happened in 1989, the disaster, which basically was exactly here in 1989. Last time it came over the embankment at that point, a fire NATO, which wasn't really a fire NATO, but just a whirl, swept over the crews before they could escape and severely burned them. I believe it was 4 different individuals. And it's crazy. The video's on YouTube. It was caught on camera. I'm not going to show it because it just terrifies people. I showed it before a couple of weeks ago so that people who wanted to stay and not evacuate got a sobering reality check. But I, of course, would not show that now. That's not appropriate, but it's out there. So you can go back and it was quite something. Mike Quink's speech might be pretty historical and like quoted for history. It's going to see her at Tahoe. But the Dixie moved like a freight train yesterday. This is it. Here, I still have it. Look at this. This is the insanity that started around 3 p.m. The Dixie just moved more than 4.5 square miles. as the crow flies in such steep terrain. That's just nuts. They expected it to go over the embankment, escarpment, which means the ridge, yesterday, and it helped, which was pretty crazy, mostly because it reached it when the... Hang on. Hey, Craig? Yeah, rotor winds, yeah. Ooh, it's gonna be... I'm sorry, I wish I was an audio expert who could filter out a lot of that noise, but I don't know how to do it. Yeah, windy.com is what I use. A lot of people use. If you have an app on your phone, it's better. It's called My Radar. It's really dang good. It's superior to Windy, just showing you what you need to know. You have to flick on a couple of options, such as, weather forecast. That's pretty important. But My Radar on the phone, it doesn't have a desktop version, or I would show it to you guys. It's really good. So that's how the Dixie just charged throughout the evening. And the funny thing is, it's already way over here at this point. That's Lake Davis. This is just what the Beckworth Peak Cam can fit in the frame, and it can't fit all of the Dixie in the frame. The fact that it was roaring to life like this and still active throughout the night was just really sobering. And today the heat, especially around 2 p.m. and the winds picking up, are going to really cause havoc. So I don't know how. Yeah, Mamsie says the Eagle Fire. Mentioned the video. It's an eye opener. That's first of all, it'll terrify anybody who's evacuated, and maybe you shouldn't look at it. But anybody who hasn't evacuated, or you want to show somebody, I highly recommend it. Give them that reality check. That's one of those horrible things you're gonna see.
The ground command information. Not able to see anything over there in the area. We're gonna bring up Helco and have them go in there.
Now this is the different angle when it came over. See, this is how we're looking south from Susanville. This was insane. The weird... Look at the winds on top. First of all, this is the view from very far away. This is the view from Susanville. It was terrifying. People said that was just one big giant red glow on the horizon. And so the camera will zoom in. Look at that wispy, swirling smoke on the top and the winds, or we're not sure if that's a venticular cloud or if it was something. Now a reminder that the smoke is still making a black smoke when it loses its heat. It's laying flat on the ground there, but the heat is the white smoke is just so full of heat it looks solid white. At this point in time, this is why I couldn't go to sleep. 1:47 in the morning, we started seeing the fire, the spots here. That's the fire. It's hard to see in a small phone, of course, but you can see the huge flurry of headlights along 395. It may have spotted over, they may have caught the spots, we just couldn't hear it. And finally, I felt better at 4 in the morning to 6 in the morning, but not that much better. Because look, it's still cooking, the wind is still there. The blanket of smoke at some point in time around 6 in the morning, I was like, Here I was ready to go to sleep, but somebody said, let's watch the 7 a.m. meeting, and then I was wide awake. 10 minutes. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. I mean, look at this crazy. Look at the wispy wind thing. It just sails over like that. Dan says it's a Kelvin-Helmholtz wave, which occurs in the shear area between low level and high level wind at a direction discontinuity. That sounds like really nerdy and cool. Tough to get air support in there. Yeah.
Charlie, Division Romeo on command.
No, Jesus. It hasn't hit the heavenly ski area, if that's what you're asking on the Caldor. We're looking at the Dixie. The Dixie was worse yesterday than the Caldor by far. The Caldor got pretty lucky. But the Dixie's going to have another tough day. Direction and speed discontinuity. You normally don't see them if there isn't aerosols. Wow. That's pretty amazing. Do you have a link where you might learn more about that?
Charlie, Division Romeo on command.
Okay. This is the Susanville cam.
45 Charlie, Division Romeo. Go ahead with your traffic. Relieved by the Mendocino strike team, all 45 Charlie units off the line. I copy, thanks. Break 1521 Charlie, Division Romeo.
Let's see if we can see it on the clear. Now, mind you, a lot of the rocks and desert, you know, they look really bright yellow, and they really shouldn't. They should have calibrated this. The only thing that should be white is open flames, but instead we have well, hot rocks and stuff on the ground just from the sun. I mean, it's a desert now. Back here we can see the plume. Dang it, it'll pivot at the moment I try to draw something. But we need to look at the ridges. You just don't want to see bright yellow and white on ridges. That would be it coming over. Now it's going to be real hard to distinguish here. Don't freak out too much. That here, this is like hot rocks, just absorbing the heat of the sun. What you want to look for is a subtle sort of waviness of hot gases and new areas of yellow and white, and then the camera will probably hesitate on them and like stare at them.
But my understanding is an order was placed last night. I'll follow up and get an order number off it, see where it's at. Okay, low volume. I'll see you when you get out here.
I think we should probably leave it on this cam as I try to take a nap, because it's 9, 10, 11, 12. That would be like a 5-hour nap before it cooks up at 2. You can see the huge smoke column. Smoke is very hard to see. That's the point. Here's the column. It's supposed to peer through it. I'm hoping this camera would pivot and zoom, but it hasn't done it before. Yesterday's flood. Oh, Bonnie, did you get flooded? Uh-oh. Ariah says both Chinooks are from overnight are heading. And 2 more tankers are going to Kirkwood. That'll be good. Yeah. But here's the thing.
Sierra, air attack, air to ground command.
Be right back, guys.
Night Division Romeo air attack, just trying to tie in with Division Sierra. And just Romeo, for your own information, we're bringing Helco up. I'm not able to see under the smoke layer there. Everything looks like it's holding within the lines that I can't see, though. So the kind of critical pieces we were working on yesterday along that flank back out towards the Highway 44 area all appear to be holding in place with some interior pockets burning off. Not able to get a real good vantage point of your division, but it appears everything's holding in place. And I don't see any strong developing convective columns coming off the line that I can see. Come over to your division first, cycle them around through branch 16. It's not that great. We're kind of on the south side. We're working on the right flank, on the right shoulder. Can't get this west. Charlie, Division Romeo on command. 22 Charlie. You're clear to head into camp. I copy. Thank you, Frank. 4255, 22 Charlie on command.
2264, 22 Charlie on command.
Okay, I'm back at the chair.
Strike team 1521 Charlie, Division Romeo on command. Charlie, Division Romeo on command.
Clear that. Hey, we had a request to grab the coordinates for a dip site out here in the last Chance Creek area. We got one if you could get it back to the elevate for us. I'd appreciate it. Yeah, hey, sir, go.
Hey, 9422 Charlie on command.
Last chance dip. All the smoke's hanging in here around this run out towards over the last chance, so I don't think we've got anything worth fixing on just yet. If we get any air movement, I think we can make a lot of headway out here with laps, V-laps, chasing this thing down direct. Okay, yeah, there's some holes in here that you could get down into, but I don't know. I'm going to hold off and order and lead in a whole bunch of fixed wing until the air starts to move a little bit. reported back with the plan. Okay. And I'm just going to commit him to Frenchman's today, so we have the flexibility to shift out here if we need to. Those will be shorter turns out where you are. And I see you coming down the flank right now. Okay, sounds good.
Okay. So,
Division Romeo, 9422 Charlie. 30. 84.
yes, I do want to sleep, but which camera do we need to look at?
Yeah, you just want to call me back when you've got filled out.
Maybe I can multicam this. Does this work?
Romeo, West Communications, go ahead. Alright, Division Romeo, resources are off the line and around base camp.
Body clear.
Okay. Will it? Yeah, innocent questions are allowed, you know. So they can contain the Dixie fire, but putting it out is not within man's power. It would be the rains and snows of probably late September or October or even November. We don't know. So they could have a possibility of getting a containment on it. And they were getting closer and closer to that until, well, 2 days ago. So they have to have a long, long period of time where the wind and the weather is just very, very mild for them to have a chance at that. But they don't have enough time. Each time that the red flag day happens, it breaks loose out of the corral like a runaway train and goes where it wants. So that's the challenge, is do they ever get enough time before next wind event? And so far it's been no, 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 no. Do they have enough people? No, because new fires keep breaking out. Things like the Caldor sucking away the resources. So this is what the big question mark is people are asking, like, when could they contain this? No idea. Maybe they won't. Maybe it'll just kind of run through the wilderness until rains and snows come. But they gotta, if they could just get a long streak of good weather, they could do something. But that just isn't happening.
Be working a lot better for us. I believe it's command 89 or 99 or something.
Nope. The left one is the Dixie, the right one is the Caldor. So it's not futile, but it's okay to ask the question, is it futile? Because that's an innocent question. It's not okay to declare that it is. So we can be reassuring. It's not futile because, like, around Chester, if all of the vegetation around it kind of burns up, then Chester won't be in danger. You know what I mean? That's what they're trying to do for a lot of communities to protect them. I mean, people are saying the Canyon Dam was what remains of it is mostly safe because they drove through it and there's really nothing to burn anymore. The burning was that complete, So it's not futile, but the whole can it be stopped and when is just a huge, gigantic question mark. So this is the Hawkins Peak cam. It's looking at, I can zoom it, although that won't last. This is Leggett's, I believe. This is where the Caldor is going to try to go over the peak and go to Nevada. Cross the line, right? The Heavenly cam might show it, but the problem with this is I can zoom like this, and people can get a clear view, and the moment that it refreshes, it's not going to be a clear view. It changes everything. And if I don't put it on an automatic refresh, then it'll time out. Unless somebody has a magic, like a script or something that I'm not aware of, for not letting a website time you out, but not hitting the refresh button, I would be all ears for that. A lot of those can be a lot like malware. So, hey, Dan Daly, come back and see us. Which way the Hawkins cam is facing? That's really easy. So you can look at the guide. So when you go to alert wildfire to any of these, remember there's the guide on the right slider. So you guys can go to alertwildfire.org for yourselves. Look at any of the cams, and you can just check out the slider. When you do this, of course, that's the full screen mode, but you get out of it. So it's now facing northeast. But they can change. They can change on you. So now that Heavenly Ski area is completely smoked in, you can look at it. Hawkins Peak, click it. See that? It's now looking at Leggett's.
3 by 120 degrees 17.
Yeah. So I wish I could take down the Latin long that he's giving, but he's broken. So that's the Hawkins Peak cam. Going back here. Oh, it's Friel? Okay, sorry about that. I thought it was Leggett's, but if it's Friel. They thought it was Leggett's that it was going to climb up and go over. That's the last I heard about it. So that's what I assumed. Either way, it may do both, It may do both.
You guys ready to receive it?
I'm trying to set up a cam to just be on while I go to sleep, and I was hoping I could do multicam. But here's the kind of thing, like, that we saw from the Heavenly the other day. The fire already went past it, so we can't see what's on the peak, even though we might see some compelling images today. That's when the fire already went all the way over, and it's this area where you can't see it. This is looking south on the Heavenly. So as much as I want to keep that on, it won't capture the action. This one will, if the Caldor goes over. But you know what? All eyes are on the Dixie. So this is the Susanville one here. And this is the Dyer. The locals know what that means. And if the left cam focuses on the Hurlong Junction, it'll show what's going on. If it zooms, because it's kind of almost looking at that area right now. Kind of almost. If it just pivots over. Let me make sure it's synced with a refresh. So yeah, see, it's looking at the area now, but it's not zoomed in enough at all. Hey, I have an idea. See how Lassen County Fire Special makes me insane with the sounds? We could unmute this. This is supposed to be West Zone Communications. Let's listen to it. Don't let me forget and leave it on. I don't know if it'll say anything, but it's the actual feed for Dixie West Zone. Unfortunately, this is the East Zone. But sometimes it's less scratchy than what we're getting on Broadcastify. So I don't know what camera to leave stuff on. That's my big question. What do I leave the camera on as I go take a nap? I mean, without infrared. This is Schaefer Mountain now. Without infrared, you just don't see anything except this like random top of the puffy cloud there. So we don't have any other good options that will show you what's going on. Constantia, like, look at that. Fort Sage, just look at it. Yeah, Hawkins Peak, that's what we're seeing. That's the Caldor, though. The crisis point today is the Dixie. They don't expect it to hold. So, while Caldor might be pretty compelling and very, very much very interesting, I don't know how I can show both cams at once before I go to sleep. That is what I'm trying to figure out. I want to show both at once. But here's what the problem is. If I set up the easy auto refresh, see how it's nice and zoomed in and nice looking, and I could show both cameras at once. Watch what happens in 10 seconds when it refreshes. Out of view. So I am asking the public, like, do you guys know if there's something better than easy auto refresh or some other similar script that would not time me out? Because if I just walk away from the computer and go to sleep, in about an hour, the cameras just say, you have been timed out for inactivity. And so usually you get past that with downloading a script. Downloading a script that would move your mouse for you so the website thinks you're still active. And that is so dangerous. Yeah, I'm taking vitamins and such. That is so dangerous that I don't want to risk my own computer security to have something going on like that. So it's kind of like I have to pick a cam. If I do this, it might be better. Let's try this. set it up again for refresh. Maybe I can get 2 of them to work. Let's see if it changes it too much. 3, 2, 1. I wish I was much more of a computer nerd. Alright, that's not too bad. Okay, let's see if this works. Dixie Fleer on the left. Caldor Hawkins Peak on the right. Alright, let's just give it a minute, see what it would look like. Would this be an acceptable compromise? Oh no. I want to show both. But today, they're expected an easier time on the Caldor. That's what I'm trying to say. They're expecting a hell day on the Dixie where it could erase towns today, you know? Like it could really threaten a lot of structures, thousands and thousands of structures on the other side of that grade. There's a worse winter forecast. Stop asking me about my sleep. Guys, I'm trying to go to sleep. I'm just trying to set the cameras up, guys. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Budgie. I am on monitor capture mode. Sorry, this is refreshing every 10 seconds. Didn't mean it to do that. So I could put it on every 801 seconds. There we go. The windows look fine to me, but I see what you mean about the refresh. Auto hotkey scripting. Yeah, I have auto hotkey for games, but I have no idea how to make it work for something else. That's okay. I am capturing the entire monitor. What I'm asking is this a good compromise with Dixie on the left and Caldor on the right? Yeah, you're funny. Sleep? Exactly. What the hell's that? I do want to show both, but I don't even know which camera on the Caldor is going to be the most compelling. Probably that one. Probably Hawkins, but what if it goes facing the wrong direction? Frank says, I'm afraid you'll face plant on the keyboard. Oh no. I can stay awake for days on end as a necessity. However, it's not good for me. It's really not good for me. You really hurt yourself somewhat permanently with sleep deprivation if you indulge in that. And I don't want to. Very long story, but that I don't want to get into right now about how somebody tried to do that to me on purpose, and it was like torture. I'm not going into it right now, but I can confirm that if you are kept awake for like 6 days on end, that is torture. And that was being in hell. So of course I wouldn't want to self-harm, you know, by doing long periods of being awake. I already know how bad that is for me because of that evil person. So, mind you, I'm not in that situation anymore. I escaped it. But I understand how bad it is for my health. So when you guys are telling me, you're kind of preaching to the choir about, you know, I've already been tortured that way. I get it. And having a lot of anxiety and fear about a situation just doesn't allow you to go to sleep. So what I could do is, you know, take something to go to sleep. I will not wake up for a very long time. That's the cat nap I'm trying to attempt. Yep, cat naps. So I'm just going to lay down, going to do some meditation, hopefully be able to come back around 2 when everything is going to, all hell is basically scheduled to break out around 2 on the Dixie, where it is expected to go over the escarpment. I need to reiterate, it is expected to come over the ridge. is expected to not hold and for them to play catch-up. Is expected to make runs. Yeah, Leslie says dangerous not sleeping. Oh, yeah. Oh, I would not drive right now. Yeah. So, sorry for that personal tangent. It's just that people are like trying to tell me the dangers of sleep deprivation. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Don't worry. I'm very aware. I know this is a problem. So I'm going to go now. I think I'm just going to leave it as it is. It's going to auto-refresh. The radio is on. It's not doing anything. I'm going to turn that off. Turn back on the bad radio. Okay. Bad radio is back on. Sorry, it's going to drive you insane. That is one horrible audio feed. Nothing I can do. Could sleep now, go? Yeah. If you want to go back to story time, just go to the last broadcast. You'll hear a totally rambling, sleep-deprived thing. Yep, I'm going. I'll try to come back this afternoon. If I can't, I can't. It's just, That's the thing, Leslie. I don't know that I'll be back in an emergency. I was sleeping. I was sleeping when Greenville. Thanks, 3 Winters. Sorry, thanks, 3 Winters. Thank you so much for holding down the fort. Thanks, other mods. I'll be back soon. Trying to get a catnap in. My apologies if I can't.
From East Communications, you have a lot of feedback and squelch in your background. Copy, I took care of it. 603 clear.
Falco, West Zone, air attack. Information branch 16, what's the one who's answering up over there? If you want, go sit down for a little bit. We'll probably head back in around like 11:30 or something like that. We can bring you back out as relief. Probably get some helicopters up working. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Falco, West 60 Falco. Hey, we're 8,000. I was just checking this. We're just approaching Silver Dip. Lots about a eruption. Okay, copy. I've got 5 miles plus on the south route in, and I'll get a hold of Jim real quick and just see if there's an option to work the conspiracy in here. And I would hold off for just a little bit. We'll contact you in a little bit, maybe bump somebody over here, but resources aren't screaming for anything in the workable area, and I'm still concerned about pockets of smoke in the valleys on the route over. Okay, I copy. And I do have real quick to get to Silver, so when the time comes and it opens up a little bit, we can keep this route for the rest of the day. Okay, copy that. Thank you. And I'll hold 8,000 and below. I'm going to do a quick recon before we see Dr. Joe up in Oscar. I'll be back to Silver and around there. Understood, thank you. Romeo, we're going. I came across a couple of your resources at 140. Are you going to head this way, or do you want me to line them out for you? Yeah, we're making our way over there. Okay, I'll wait for you here, and then I'll talk about some resources I can get up. Shasta contingencies here. Division Sierra, air attack, air to ground command. Division Sierra, air attack, air to ground command. Just touch a base with you, see if you have ground resources reaching the line in there and what it was looking like. Understood, section 6. Just give me a heads up on what it looks like is in there. You might be able to work some coppers in from the west side, but due to biz, I don't want to push it until we get confirmation there's a need. Understood, thank you. Affirmative. Wait for their needs request. You can update that. Those are going to be and as soon as you give me ground contact for any of those areas over near Silver Dip, we can try to work copters in there as well. Okay, go ahead with it. Right. Copy Task Force 1375. If we flew over that, had good visual on it, it's all holding within the lines and it's looking good.
Okay, guys, I just laid down. I woke up thinking, you know what? There's something I gotta do. We're at 6 hours. We're at 6 hours on the stream. I'm gonna restart it right now, just in case when I come back, you know, there may be chaos erupting. I would hate to kick people out who have just filed in here trying to figure out what's going on. So, sorry. But I have to restart the stream right now. So, really, I'm really sorry about that. I'm going to retitle it, restart it. Just go ahead if you want to click on my name on the lower left hand side. Sorry, my voice is failing. You can go to my channel page, refresh it. The new stream will be right back here. Come on right back. Very sorry to do this, but I'll see you on the flip side. YouTube does not save any videos that go beyond 12 hours, so be right back. Sorry.